All right, good morning, everybody. Hello to the slot car family. This is Mark Natividad, normally at Electric Dreams, but I am here at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California, for the finals of the California Challenge. And up on deck, we have a 3-minute warm-up. One is to clean the track, and two is for the first heat guys to get used to the track. I do see some guys that were not here yesterday, so they didn't have a chance to test their cars and run them properly. So a few guys showing up here that weren't here yesterday. So welcome to the channel. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button, and stay tuned for all the juicy slot car goodness and content that we have coming up. All right, thank you for joining us. All right, gentlemen, are we ready? Nope, we're not ready yet. Oh, okay. 3 minutes. We need one more guy. All right, one more guy. It's always that one more guy, isn't it? All right, we are running the MR slot cars, the Jaguar XJR 220s. There's two versions, one with the low tail, one with the high tail. We are running spec tires, spec motors, and spec rear wheels. Everything else has to be MR or slotted or compatible. Even Racer Sideways is compatible as well. But those are the cars we are running. If you're interested in taking a look at those cars, you can go over to our website, electricdreams.com, and take a look at our selection.
You buy slot car stuff too?
Marco does.
Marco? Okay. And then also to donate to the museum, I have something in the original package. I think it's a 124th, like, I don't know, arm or something.
Okay, you can talk to Marco.
Yeah.
Okay, Sean. All right, someone just asked me about donating something to the Slot Car Museum, the Los Angeles Slot Car Museum. And that's a Marco call. All right, let's see who's on this morning, and I will do my best to chime in on the chat. Okay, gentlemen, ready for the warm-up. Here we go.
No, don't hit start.
Oh, don't hit start.
3, 2, 1, power. Track call.
Okay. Warm up. There we go.
Alright, go.
All right, I hit start instead of warm up. All right, we're off. So we have Peter Frankel in lane 1, Dave Ridolfi in lane 2, Stephen Friday in lane 3, Farley Minoza in lane 4, and Sean Lee in lane 5. So Peter in white, Dave in green, Stephen in orange, Farley in blue, and Sean in yellow lane. There's a sit out, so nobody's in purple lane right now until they do lane rotations. So 5 drivers in this heat. And HSF is on this morning. Good morning, HSF. Great to have you here. Thanks for hanging with us yesterday. Hope all is well. You had a good breakfast, and you're sitting down comfy, relaxing, watching the finals here at the California Challenge at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. HSF, you get the award for the first on the chat. So good job. Got about a minute and 10 left for the warm-up.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, off we go again. And a minute to go. All right, we've got a 6.938. Now actually down to a 6.64 from Sean in the yellow lane. He's driving pretty fast. Best time 6.4 now.
30 seconds.
Sean is bringing that time down. Very nice. Less than 30 seconds left. And we'll go for a tire clean and get the cars lined up on the grid, and let's go racing.
Ten seconds.
All right, that's good. Cleaning the tires, lining them up on the grid, and we will get this race started. So we've got 3 heats today. This is heat number 1, or basically if you want to use the alphabetical system, it is the C main, B main, and then A main. The fastest of the fastest and the best drivers on the track will be in the A main, so stay tuned for later. There'll be some great racing, and it will be a shootout. So this race will be continued down on our track in El Segundo, the second half, and we also did a concourse yesterday, and we'll judge the cars from Electric Dreams, and then we're going to judge the final 2, the one from here and the one from Electric Dreams. Drivers ready. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, we are off. Peter in white, Dave in green, Steven in orange, Farley in blue, and Sean in yellow. Sean's putting out some good times, so he's already taken a commanding lead. So Sean's in that first place right now. Everybody else is behind him. It's a good start, clean start. Nobody's come off yet. That's a good thing. I tend to drive a little bit more conservatively, especially on the first race. All right, but Sean is walking away with this one. 6.2 from Sean. He's putting those laps in and getting that time down. Very nice, Sean. Yellow lane. Okay, Peter Frankel's second in white. Dave in green is third. Farley fourth in blue. And finally, Steven fifth in orange. 6.252, the best time on the track. Sean Lee in yellow. Farley's trying to put some good times in. Coming in with a 6.49. All right, so Farley's putting down the good time. He moves into second place. Now Farley is in second in blue. Third place, Dave in green. Fourth place, Steven in orange. And fifth place, Peter in white. 6-2 even. Sean is putting out some good times. My goodness. 6-1 now for Sean. Wow, good driving, good car. He is so smooth, very focused, very smooth. He's not come off one time. .6191 from Sean. Dave is starting to put some good times in. He's coming down to a 6.5. So Sean is first in yellow, followed by Farley second in blue. Third, Peter in white. Fourth, Dave in... Oh, that changed positions, so let me back that up. Sean first in yellow, Farley second in blue. Dave switches positions with Peter, so Dave's in third in green. Fourth, Peter in white. And fifth, Steven in orange. And now Sean puts down a 6.166, so better, and even a better time just now. 6.121 for Sean in yellow. 21 laps for Sean. 22 now. So the second person behind him is still a couple laps behind. So yeah, 2 laps. Sean's got 2 laps on the second place.
30 seconds.
So Farley in blue with 22 now. Peter in white with 21. Dave's right behind him in 4th with 21. And finally Steven in orange with 20. Sean's holding pretty good. He's making consistent lap times at a 6.3. So he's making really good lap times. Very consistent, very smooth on the track. Didn't see him yesterday, but apparently he didn't need any practice because his car is very good. So here we go. Sean Lee in first in yellow. Farley second in blue. He's got 26 laps. Third, Peter Frankel. Third with 24.78. Fourth, Dave in green with 24.4. And finally, Steven in fifth with 23.16. All right, clean the tires. Farley brought his lap time down to 6.4. Dave did a 6.5. Peter's lap time's coming down third, 6.7. But still Sean with a very, very good 6.1 on the track in yellow. All right, cleaning the tires. And second race here. All right, Steven is moving to white. Peter is moving to green. Sean is moving to orange. Dave is moving to blue. And Farley is moving to purple. Purple lane's very fast. You can almost get a full punch on that purple, especially at the kink. I did find that out much later. I did find that out yesterday. But still a little hesitant myself to punch it through there. All right, thank you for joining us here on the live stream on YouTube. This is the California Challenge. This is Electric Mark over Electric Dreams, or just Mark. It's just Mark over Electric Dreams. Calling this shots live trackside, your host with the most. And we're looking forward to a great day of racing here. This is the first heat. And we will have the next 2 heats coming up after this. I will probably have to step down after this because I am in the second heat for sure.
It's not coming off now.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we're back to the race. Did have someone come off. Track call. Track? Okay. Do I still need track? Okay. Yeah, he's got a button over there. Oh. All right, so Sean Lee is our leader. He's in orange. Farley second in purple. Peter third in green. Fourth, Dave in blue. And Steven fifth in white lane. All right, there's a track call. I do have control over the track calls, but there's also a button or remote. And the guy had the remote, but he didn't hit track. Okay, now we did. Okay. All right, good.
2, 1, go.
Okay, boy, that's a lot on my plate. Track calling and then calling the race. But hey, I think I can do it. I'm a multitask kind of guy. All right, Sean Lee with 38 in orange.
Track call.
Another track call. Farley in second in purple with 35.
2, 1,
Peter
go.
Frankel in green with 34. Fourth, Dave in blue with 33. And Steven fifth with 31 laps. All right, Sean Lee puts down a 6.1 in orange. Man, he's driving good. Good car. Apparently he knows this track. All right, 6.199 for Sean Lee. Sean Lee first in orange. Peter now in second in green. Farley moves back to third in purple. Fourth, Dave in blue lane. He's got 38, 39 laps now. And Steven Friday in white lane with 36 laps. So Sean Lee, 46 laps. He's got 6
Attention.
laps
1 minute left.
over the fourth, and he's got 4 laps now. Yeah. Yep. 4 laps now. Well, yeah, 4 to 5 laps now over that place. Let's see. Oh, it's still changing a lot. Wow. Okay, so 49 laps for Sean. Second place, 45. So 50 for Sean now, 45 for second. So 5 laps right there. Do the math. I did have coffee.
30 seconds.
All right, less than 30 seconds. Farley in third with 46 in purple. Fourth, Dave in blue with 45. And Steven, fifth in white with 42. 6,175 for Sean. Peter's like, wait a minute, I'm coming for you. 49 laps for Peter in green, 55 now for Sean in orange. So still 5 laps right there.
End of stint. Please change
All right,
lanes.
that was the end of the stint there. So here are the standings. Sean Lee, he is moving to white lane. He's got 55.93. Second, Peter Frankel in green. He is moving over to blue lane. He's got 50.7. Third, Farley in purple. He is moving over to yellow. He's got 49.59. Let's see. Fourth, did I say fourth? Oh, yeah, Dave is fourth, 48.58. And fifth,
Attention. 1
Sean,
minute,
no,
30
fifth,
seconds.
Steven. So many names, so many new names for me. Steven in white with 44.38. All right. That was the end of the second race. We're starting the third race here. This is the first heat. Cleaning the tires.
Attention. 1 minute left.
All right. Sean is moving to white lane. Peter is moving to blue. Farley is moving to yellow. Dave is moving to purple. And Steven is moving to green.
Seconds.
Less than 30 seconds. All right, here we go.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Hit it.
And we're off. All right, Jen is on. Welcome to the chat. Jeremy, welcome to the chat as well. And Mark Perkins is there. What's up, Mark? We'll see you soon. All right, good morning to everybody. Thank you for joining us here live at the California Challenge from Modesto, California at Motown Raceway. All right, Sean Lee is keeping his first place position in that white lane. He's got 61 laps now 62. Peter Frankel securing his second place position with 57, but Farley is right behind him with 56. So watch that race between second and third, or blue and yellow. So there is about a lap between blue and yellow. And Dave isn't too far behind. He's about 2 laps behind his third place and fourth. He's in purple, now 1 lap behind. And then Steven holding his own in that green lane with 52 laps. All right, Sean Lee still getting really fast lap times, putting down to 6.2 in that white lane, 6.2, 6.8. And second, third, and fourth, putting in some 6.5s for everybody. Pretty good. All right, 6.2 now for Sean in white lane. He is turning and burning, I tell you. Yeah, he knows this track for sure.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Whoa, just missed somebody. Just got past somebody that came out right next to him. Sean, that was good. Avoid somebody knocking you out of your lane. Sometimes it doesn't work that well, but man, it did for him in that instance. All right, Sean Lee with 77 laps in white. Peter Frankel, 72 laps in blue. Farley third with 71 laps in yellow. Fourth, Dave with 69, now 70 laps in fourth. And Stephen Friday fifth in green with 63 laps. All right, great race. Good racing. Haven't seen a lot of D slots. Only seen a few. Oh, I just said that, and then I saw someone come out. Who was that? That was Purple Lane. That was Dave. Maybe I shouldn't say that too much, then people will fall out.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
All right, we are racing. Very nice. We're racing the Jaguar XJR20s from MR Slot Car. XJR220, sorry, XJR220. That's it. All right, and Jeremy is on here from Iowa. All right, Iowa, USA. Let's go USA.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right, so Sean Lee has got 83.18 first place. Peter Frankel second with 77.27. Third, Farley Mendoza with 76.12. Fourth, Dave Rodolfi with 74.30. And Stephen Friday fifth with 66.7. Or sorry, 66.9.
Attention, 1 minute left.
All right, Sean is moving to green. Peter is moving to purple. Farley is moving to orange. Dave is moving to yellow. And Steven is moving to blue.
30 seconds.
So Sean Lee putting down fast times in every lane he's been in so far. 6-1 in yellow. He did a 6-1 in orange. And he did a 6-2 in white. Very nice.
Three, two, one.
Okay, off we go. There we go, yellow car. There's a little issue here. I don't know what's going on. Oh, we have somebody hook up on the wrong lane, or okay, yeah, somebody hooked up on the wrong lane. So that was Dave. You know, the nervousness gets you. So, yeah, there we go. We stopped the track, and I don't know if that's necessarily a track call for someone being on the wrong lane, but we went ahead and stopped the race.
Just to throw us off.
I was wondering why he wasn't moving. They had a lot of things going on the driver's panel. Brayden said something.
All right, hey, Radfink is on. Good morning, Tom. How are you? Thanks for joining us.
Okay.
Okay, we'll check the volume on the microphone, Tom. I don't know. It was doing pretty well yesterday. Maybe I'll speak up a little bit louder. All right, we're back. All right, so nobody's in white. Sean is in green.
Track code.
The rider. Peter is in purple, second. Third, Farley in orange. Fourth, Dave in yellow. And Steven fifth in blue. So it was Steven and Dave that weren't hooked up in the right lane, or yeah, something like that. Laps still count, so there's a few laps to be had there, but the leaders have 7 and 8 laps now, and Steven and Dave only have about 4 laps, so there was a little bit of a delay there.
I'll do a manual correction. This is Carlos speaking. How guys? And 1 lap to green. There we go.
Okay.
1 lap to green.
Yep. Gave a lap to green. Ooh, rider off the track.
Big hit.
Ooh, yeah, that was a big hit.
Can I stay here with you, Marco? a little
Yeah,
bit?
Carlos, hang out, man. What's going on?
Hey guys, how are you doing? It's nice to be here on the commentators booth. We have a great view from here.
It's great.
Yeah, good morning all. Everybody welcome to the 2025 California Challenge at Motown, right?
Motown Raceway.
Motown.
Yeah,
Great track, great
Yeah.
people.
yeah, yeah.
It's a great event, great day here in Modesto, California. Sunny outside,
Yep,
perfect
warm.
weather.
Wind calmed down a little bit.
And I have to say here, inside of the store, perfect
Yeah,
temperature.
yeah.
Oh my God, they have AC here
Yep, yep. And fans if we need it.
and fans.
Yep,
And you can come here in the peak of summer.
yep.
If it's too hot,
Nice
just
and cool.
Nice and cool. Come here, race some cars.
Yep,
Chill.
yep,
You know,
yep.
great place.
So Sean is putting down some good track times. Look at his. He's got 6-1 in yellow. He's got 6-1 in orange. 6-1 in
Oh yeah, Sean is
green, and
fast.
6-2. He wasn't even on the track yesterday.
Yeah, no, that's the reason he was one of the drivers that didn't qualify yesterday.
Yeah, no, he didn't.
So he's clearly out of order.
He didn't need to qualify.
Yeah. We can see that he's really fast.
and he doesn't need practice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really fast guy.
yeah. He's a good driver too. He hasn't deslotted. Missed a couple of collisions. There's another one he just missed.
Yep.
Yeah. He knows how to control his car.
Yeah, great awareness.
Yeah, good car control.
Yep.
Yep.
And these tracks are super challenging. A lot of twists and super technical.
Yeah.
Some places you think you can floor it, but no.
30
Yeah.
seconds.
Yeah. It's a short blip, but you want your car to really accelerate when you hit your controller trigger.
Absolutely.
So I definitely have my sensitivity up more than I've ever had on our track.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yep.
So you can deliver the power fast
That's
when
right.
you need it.
That's right. So Sean Lee is in first place. He's in green. Second place, Peter now in purple. Riding good in purple. So, but Farley third, right behind him in orange. He's got 101. Now 102 for Peter in second. So that was the end of the stint. Let's give you the official call here in the count. Sean Lee in first. He is 110.47. Second, Peter, 102.15. Third, Farley, 102.03. Fourth, Dave, 95.89. And fifth, Steven with 84.77. They had that little lane mess up there, or
Oh, okay.
somebody hooked it. They were both not in the right lane.
Oh, wow.
So they didn't get as many laps. They only got 18 and 21.
Got it. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
30 seconds.
I'm going to take some pictures, guys. I'll be right back.
All right. Picture time. All right. Thanks, Carlos. We'll see you soon.
See ya.
When I take the old sticker off, I put it back on that thing on the back side. That way you got a place to put it.
All right. Dale's on the chat. Welcome. Good morning. From Honolulu, Hawaii. Hawaii. What's up, brother? How's it, brother?
Attention, 1 minute left.
I think I learned my name in Hawaiian. It was Muala Ekeo, and that's Mark. All right, cleaning some tires here. And Sean put down some good times on his blue lane as well.
30 seconds.
Oh wait, Sean is moving to blue. Sorry. I'm sure he'll put down, but he's only got one more lane to do, or two more lanes to do. But his fast times are all the way on the right. Every lane he's been in, he's got some good times on those lanes. 6-1-2-1, his best time on yellow for Sean.
Here we go. 3, 2.
All right, off we go. Race number 5. One more race after this. He's going to hold that lead for sure. Sean Lee now with 111 laps. Second place, 103. So there's some pretty good lap distance now. 112 for Sean. 104 for Peter. 8 laps between them. First and second. Let's see where third is. So 105 for Farley in white and 106 now for Farley, 106 for Peter. See how far they are. So 107 for Peter. Let's see. 107 for Farley. So Farley's right behind him. Watch this race between yellow and white. It's going to be interesting. Well, that's one fall off, and somebody's going to either pass or get another lap. So 109 for Peter and 109 for Farley in white. So yellow and white, very close racing. Oh, yellow just came out, so darn it. Okay, this might be a change right here. Farley came out. No, Farley didn't come out. Peter came out. Okay, now 112, 112. Yellow and white right next to each other on the track. All right, yellow's still in the lead. I see white trying to creep by him. Okay, white just creeped by him. There we go. Farley now in second place. Wow. Wow. That was the difference right there. One little fall off. So now Farley's trying to get some distance on that yellow lane. Keep it cool, Farley. Don't fall out. But yellow's behind him. Peter's not out of it yet, but he did move down to third place position. Dave in fourth with 111. And fifth, Steven with 97. All right, little adjustment on the microphone volume, I think. All right, let's see where white and yellow is. White's trying to put some distance on him, trying to get that lap cushion. Doing very well. Good driving from Farley. So Sean Lee puts down a 5.994 on blue. My goodness. Yeah, one more lane and he's going to have fast time dominance on all the track records for the first heat. Wow. That's why I like the excitement of watching up here. That's pretty cool.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, Kate, what's up? How you doing? Kate, our own from Electric Dreams. Glad to have you on the chat. Hope everything went well yesterday at the store. We weren't there. I'm sure you and Kristen handled it very well. I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure. We didn't get any emergency calls, so I'm sure we're good. All right. Yeah. Jim Rose is going to come in and commentate for me when I am driving in my heat. All right, so Sean Lee in first place with 139.35. Second, Farley with 127.67. Third, right behind him, is Peter, 127.48. So we have 0.67 and 0.48. And there will be a little bit of a correction once the lanes start again. But, man, that's close between yellow and white. So Farley is moving to green, and Peter is moving to orange. So that's going to be interesting. But it's a shootout. Second and third is a shootout. So fourth place is Dave Rodolfi with 120.73. And fifth place is Steven with 103.99. All right, this is the last race. And I will have to get out of here right before this race is done so that I can get my stuff ready. Thank you for joining us here live. This is the Electric Dreams channel, but we are at the California Challenge 2025 at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. Hey, Lance, welcome to the chat. Good morning.
I gotta catch that car over there from there.
Is that the battle for?
Oh, it's you.
The battle for second?
If you want to get ready, I can figure it out.
All right, thanks for the feedback, guys. And Lance is coming to us from San Antonio, Texas. All right, so I'm going to step out and have Mr. Jim Rose call the race. All right, good morning, Jim.
Morning. Thank you, Mark.
Mark is leaving us because he is going to be in the next race. It will be in the B heat. So he's kind of right in the middle. Everybody in this, the three heats, the A, B, and C, they're trying to get in the top 7. The top 7 will join the top 3 qualifiers in the semi-mains, and then we'll have a last chance shootout where everybody that didn't make it will get one last chance, and there'll be 2 drivers out of that. So you have 3 chances to make the semi. Qualify top 3 yesterday, finish in the top 7 in these 3 heats, or finish in the top 2 in the last chance qualifier. So trying to get everybody a lot of track time, because there's a lot of, in a big race there's always a lot of downtime. So thanks everybody out there for watching. Mark took the phone with him, so I don't have a live feed that shows the chat. So I may see if I can get that up so I can't see who's out there. But welcome everybody to Motown Raceway and the Electric Dreams Motown California Challenge, round 1. Round 2 will be in a few weeks. I think it's next month at Electric Dreams. So if you're in the SoCal area, be sure to check that out. Electric Dreams is located at El Segundo, just a few miles south of LAX. We had to change the date of this race. It was originally set for last month, and a few of our regulars couldn't make it, and a couple of them are down in Southern California at Piranha Raceway racing wing cars this weekend. So Donnie and John Wilbur, if you're out there or anybody see them, say hi to all the people out there. I know my buddy Al Chuck is down there racing wing cars this weekend. They're a little bit faster than these. They get around a king track, which is 50% bigger than this, in under 2 seconds. So these are more spec cars. They're theoretically home-style cars. They're plastic chassis and on rubber tires, so they don't turn anywhere near the lap times that the larger 24-scale cars do, but they're just as fun. The racing can be very close with these.
30 seconds.
And we have 30 seconds left in this race. This is the C heat for the bottom 5 qualifiers from yesterday, and I know Sean Lee, the leader, he's out front by quite a ways. He was not able to attend qualifying, so if you miss qualifying, you can get in the race. You just go into the lower main because you didn't get a qualifying time. But he's going to put a big number on the board because, again, he's competing against all 3 heats for the 7 fastest overall lap totals to move up to the semi. So Sean Lee, with 167 laps, puts 14 laps on the field. I'm going to have to do the zone corrections here. So I'm going to have to be yelling and screaming a little bit, so I'm going to turn the mic off while I do the zone correction for this heat.
Yeah, but I think he crashed, and then then you passed him. All right, we are on the floor here, and let's bring Sean over. Sean, come on over here. Man, Sean, are we good, Carlos? Are we in frame? All right, Sean, great race. Man, you put down fast lap times in every single lane you were in. You did a 6.0 on purple. How was it out there?
It was pretty good. I'm getting used to the track, motors breaking in, and I'd like to thank my sponsors, Paul Hendricks, Larry, and Jim Rose.
Oh, we got a sponsored racer here.
Yeah,
I had no idea.
Help me out, yeah. But yeah, it was good. It was fun. It was a little loose in the beginning, but I think it got cleaned up. And again, the motor breaking in. Yeah.
Yeah, your car ran very well. So great racing.
Thank you.
And congratulations on behalf of Electric Dreams and Motown Raceway, Sean.
Yeah.
Great racing.
All right. Thank you.
Apparently you didn't need any practice because look what you did.
I got help.
All right,
I got
Sean.
help.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Sean.
thank
All
you.
right, we'll see you later.
See you.
All right, take care. All right, back to you guys.
So you see from this last race, Dave Rodolfi, he had 145 laps and 60 sections.
But paying someone to paint a black line on a black track is
So we're getting ready for race 2. This is the B heat. Marcus Ferrandini, Mark Natividad, Paul Hendricks, Carlos Velasco, Glenn Dolphy, I hope I pronounced that right, and Harold Rowe, which I don't see here. When we get everybody hooked up, they will get a 1-minute warm-up, and then we will start this heat. This is the B heat, so this is the middle qualifiers from yesterday. Again, everybody is trying to get in the top 7 lap totals out of all 3 of these heats, the A, B, and C. Those top 7 will move right under the semis, and then we'll have our last chance qualifier. Somewhere in there we'll have a lunch break. So we're here at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California, at the Electric Dreams Motown California Challenge, featuring the MR Slot Car Jaguars. We race here every first Saturday and third Sunday. We're going to start racing on Friday nights. So a big program for 32nd scale racing here at Motown Raceway. Oh, I see some people out there I know. Jeremy Colbert from Iowa. Volume levels are low. Is the volume level better now that I'm talking, or is just the volume level overall low? So somebody out there, let me know if you can. See Mark out there, Paul's there, Carlos is there. So we've got 2 of the Electric Dreams crew, Carlos and Mark. On the scoreboard issue, I'm not sure. I will have to ask. I know we have the scoreboard at our local races, but this is being broadcast on the Electric Dreams Network, and they're running the show, so I'm not sure. Ratfink 66. Yes, this is an 8-lane track. We only run 6. We've kind of evolved into that for 32nd scale racing, 6 lanes at the 8-lane tracks. When we started, we just didn't have enough people. We have 8 or 10 people, so it would be tough to run 8 lanes. So we started with 6, and we've stayed with 6. So it just kind of evolved that way.
Stuck on the bridge.
Okay, it looks like we've got 1 no-show for this race. Harold was here yesterday and not here today, so we're going to get this race started as soon as we get all the other 5 drivers hooked up, and we'll be ready to go.
We need someone here.
go, Ben, go, go, Ben, go, go, Ben, go. Come on.
We're hearing a chant for somebody. Jeremy, if you're out there, how's the volume now? I'll try to speak a little louder. Carlos is the one running the show as far as the broadcast, so I can't have him try to adjust the volume now, but I'll try to speak a little bit louder, so hopefully that helps. Thanks, Jeremy. Oh. Okay, we gave an extended warm up to the first heat because the track had been sitting overnight. So this will be a 1 minute warm up for all the drivers in this race. As soon as we get all 5 cars on the track, I'm going to start the warm up. Thanks, Jeremy. Jeremy's my buddy from Worldwide Slot Car Chat. Lives in Iowa. Creates some great products. The wood pit trays that we use in the Harbor Freight boxes and so forth are available from him. So the lineup is Marcus Ferrandini, Mark Natividad, Paul Hendricks, Carlos Veloso, Glenn, and Harold is a no-show. Waiting for one more car to get on the track, and we'll start the warm-up. Are we ready? Okay, here we go. Okay, we just started the 1 minute warm up for the B heat here at the California Challenge. Yeah, I see the scoreboard up there now on my feed. Hopefully it's up there. We set the warm-up for 3 minutes for the first race, like I said before, so to clean the track up slightly so the first guys wouldn't have a disadvantage. And we forgot to reset it, so it'll be a 3 minute warm-up for this heat as well.
I'm not going to waste my tires for a warm-up. Yeah.
Sean Lee has set the pace. He won the first heat with 167 laps, so that's the mark everybody is shooting for. You don't have to beat him, you just have to be in the top 7 to move up. So the format today is 3 rounds of heats, top 7 move up. There'll be a last chance race, top 2 move up, 2 semi-mains, 6 each. Top 6 times will move up to the A main.
They're done. It was on 3 minutes for the other people.
Yeah. You just hit cancel.
Yeah. Just cancel it.
Okay, warm-up is over. We are ready to start the B heat. Got Marcus on white, Mark on green, Paul on orange, Carlos yellow, Glenn blue, Carlos yellow. Harold is a no-show. Okay, we got 4 cars to the line, waiting for Paul. And Sean is bringing Paul's car up to the start line. Five cars. We have 6, 1 no-show. We're ready to start the race. Drivers, here we go.
3, 2, 1, go. Track call.
Can you get my car, please?
Ian was looking at the braid. He said, that looks like Ninco braid. So
3, 2, 1,
I guess that wasn't a compliment. So we'll see how Paul's car goes. The car that Sean drove in the first race, I did a little prep work on before the race, and it seemed to run pretty good. And I did the same thing on Paul's car, so see how it goes. You hear a hard hit on the wall. I can't see that. I'm blocked from that corner. So Carlos out to the early lead, followed by Paul in orange. So blue and orange battling for the lead. Actually, a bunch of cars battling for the lead around the donut down the straightaway. All 5 cars. The yellow lane is a lap down. Everybody else is on the lead lap. So that is a battle going down the inside straight through the counter, around the donut, and down the straightaway. Looks like it's going to be a close race. Orange tends to be not the fastest lane, or it usually is. White and green tend to be slightly slower. So if you're in white and green, if you can just maintain sight of the leader, if he's on yellow, you're in good shape. It's not like some of the track. Electric Dreams track, there's a big disparity in yellow, the inside to the outside, just because there's no crossover. Here there's a slight disparity, but it's not huge. So you're not going to typically win your heat from white, but you just want to stay within sight of the leader. Paul now is taking over the lead. He's running a 6.3. All the top cars 6.3 except for Marcus running 6.1 on white. So he's running really good, but he is in 3rd place. So I know he had one off. I think it might have been with someone else. So he looks to be in good shape. Staying on the lead lap on white, that's where you want to be. With a minute to go in the first heat of the B final.
Attention, 1 minute left.
We do have a leaderboard for the entire results, but you can't see it. It's on the back wall. It's here at the racetrack, but it's not visible to the camera, showing the overall positions after each heat. We have about 10 monitors here in the store, a couple of them on the drag strip, so there's quite a few monitors to keep track of what's going on the track. Hey, Marcus running a 6.0 on white. So his car's working really good. He has taken over the lead from Paul. He is the fastest car on the track. So if he's the fastest car on the track on white, it bodes well for him and not for everybody else.
In the stint, please change lanes.
And Marcus rolls by Mark after the power goes off. Marcus is going to try to put down a big number because he is in the battle with the Brazilian contingent: Carlos, Marco, and Marcus.
Attention, 1 minute 30 seconds.
Looks like we got 23 people out there watching, so welcome. We normally broadcast from Motown on the NorCal Slot Car Scene YouTube channel, which is my channel, and sometimes on the Motown Slot Car Raceway. But because this is a collaboration with Electric Dreams, this race is being broadcast on the Electric Dreams YouTube channel, which you know if you hear that because you're on it. So we'll see how Marcus can do going to now the faster lanes. So Marcus is going to green. If you see the scoreboard, when we change lanes, that middle column where the where the boxes are flashing, that's where the driver is going to. The results on the left is what he just did.
30 seconds.
The lane he's going to now, Marcus is going to green. The track records on the right are from today, and that's for this class. So you see Sean Lee had all the lap records, but Marcus has taken that over on the white lane. So those will continue to go down as we get further into this, and theoretically the faster drivers, because they qualified faster.
2, 1, power.
We'll follow Marcus around. He's on the green lane, around the carousel, down that inside straight with the kink, which is where the lap counter is. And he's kicking it way out. That little kink, especially on green, you usually want to blip it there, but it doesn't look like he's doing that. He's going there full punch. On green, you probably lose more time by trying to go through their full punch than if you blip it, because the car gets so sideways. See it right there. See how sideways that car gets? I'm not sure what screen we're on right now.
Followed by Paul. Mark is moving to second place. Paul dropped down to third.
Track code.
Keep moving them up, Barney.
3, 2, 1, power.
Okay. Track call. Track calls are typically for multiple car crashes, or a car goes off the track. Something that would be hard to for one marshal to get, or always on the straightaway where some other car can run into it. Or if you jump lanes and then somebody yells a rider, that's a track call. So we try to do that so we don't damage cars or other people's cars. Marcus now with a lap record on green at 5.96. So Marcus's car is looking really good. If he maintains this, it'll probably be an easy move up to the semis for him.
Track code.
So the A heat will be 6 drivers. So whoever's in the overall lead after these first 2 heats to be in the C, the worst that person can do is 7th, even if the last 6 guys all beat him. So after the first two rounds, the C and the B, whoever's in the lead overall will be guaranteed going to the semis. Mark Natividad running a 6-0 on blue, and he's in 3rd place right now. Paul Hendricks is still holding down 2nd.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Marcus with a lap and a half lead over Paul. Actually, 2.5 laps over Paul.
I got your mirrors, Glenn. Just FYI.
So 40 seconds left in the heat 2 of the B heat.
Track code.
Big crash over there in the carousel. That wasn't your leader. Leader's coming around the straightaway right about now. So Marcus has taken over the track record on both of the lanes he's run. So he's running faster than Sean. So we'll see what the lap totals are. Again, the top 7 out of these 3 groups will move on to the semi, and then everybody that didn't move up will get one last chance in a big round robin, and the top 2 will move up from there.
So the no fluids rule, no oil, no brake juice?
Remind everybody this is a no.
Yeah, Mark just made an announcement. I had the mic turned off, but we've had issues in the past. So at Motown, the only thing you can do between lane changes is use a lint roller or some type like that on your tires and change the lane sticker. No fluids allowed to be added to the car. We had a race where somebody was a little bit over aggressive with that and quite frankly ruined the race for the rest of the drivers. So we just ban that. And like everything in life, it's unfortunate one person can ruin it for everybody else, but that's just the way it is, and so we don't allow that anymore here.
Carlos, I'm gonna steal your table for our tri-tip sandwich.
30 seconds.
He gets a free sandwich, Mark.
Rick, hello from Tampa. That's a long way away from here. See some other people out there. Chris McFarland. I'm not sure where you're from. Thank you. So my phone keeps turning off because I don't have a power source up here, so I'll try to monitor the chat. And we've got 10 seconds left before the start of Heat 3 of the B heats. As with every other slot car race in the history of slot car racing, we've got to call for the turn marshals. So we'll pick up the leader again. Marcus is now on blue, so he's going to a faster lane.
Track call.
Good.
3, 2, 1, go.
And he's coming down the straightaway right now. We'll see what his lap times are. 16, that was with a track call. Coming around the carousel. 6-0.
Okay, good. Smoke is scared me. Give our place. Come here, I know.
So he went right around Carlos on the outside. Another 6-0. And he has a D slot.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Car looks really good. I think he'd be better off if he'd blip that kink in the middle, but he's driving it right through. It sticks with no problem. But anytime these rubber tire cars kick the tail out, you lose about 1/10 of a second. You want to keep these cars nice and straight and going forward. 591 for Marcus. 591 would have put him third qualifier yesterday, but it's a whole different track today. Yesterday we had some kind of issues with the orange lane. It just, in qualifying, it was not there. You know, everybody was affected by it. I think Herman was probably affected the most. His car was running 5.6s easily in practice, and he couldn't even get into the 5s in qualifying. So whatever happened, I guess it was the same for everybody, but the track was just not quite the same during qualifying yesterday. Marcus now on lap 72 with a 4-lap lead over Paul Hendricks in second. Mark Natividad in third. Carlos in fourth. Glenn in fifth. So Paul's going to have to push it a little bit, I think, to make the semis.
Track call.
You're on white.
Someone in front.
Slow down a little more.
Go in the front behind the line.
Here we go.
Okay,
3,
1 minute left
2,
in Heat 3 of
1,
this race.
Power. Attention, 1 minute left.
Marcus looks like he's out on a Sunday drive. Well, I guess it is Sunday, so they're just turning. He doesn't need to really pick the pace. He just needs to turn laps. Put it on nice cruise control and finish it out, and he'll be in the semis probably. So Marcus has reset the track record on every lane he's run. And that will probably fall in the next heat because the drivers are most likely a little faster. But that's going to give him a good leg up on moving up to the semis.
I know where the car's at.
3, 2, 1, power.
Sean Lee was the winner of the C heat, and he put up a pretty good number. He missed qualifying yesterday, so he would not typically be in that C heat, but he was because he missed qualifying. So we are about halfway through the race with 5 seconds left in this heat. So at the halfway point, we've got Marcus with 85 laps, Paul Hendricks with 80 laps, Carlos with 79 laps, and Mark with 77 laps, and Glenn with 66 laps. So that's your rundown after that at the halfway point of the B heat.
We have 2 open spots.
Here's your mirror. Don't look back.
John.
But I gotta pick.
Attention, 1 minute 30 seconds.
We've got Sean Lee, the winner of the go. Oh, you got to pick. Go ahead and
Yeah.
go ahead and pit.
Yes, Jim, I have to actually work.
So you won the C heat. How was the race?
It was good. It was a little nervous, a little dirty track, and some havoc out there, but it was fun.
So you put up a good number. So we'll see. I think you're right on the bubble for making the move up. So we'll see.
We'll
Looks
see.
pretty good.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
1 minute left.
Sean Lee is the owner of Roseville Raceway, which is a 2-race track complex in his garage. It's an HO track. One is a 4-lane oval, and the other is a 4-lane Brad Bowman road course. So we race at Sean's about every other Tuesday night with HO cars. So he's doing the crossover from HO to 32nd scale. If you want to see his track, which is one of the most beautiful tracks you've ever seen,
30 seconds.
Sean is a fanatic on detailing his track as far as landscaping goes. So check out Roseville Raceway on NorCal Slot Car Scene. You'll see an absolutely gorgeous HO racetrack. And as I am the owner of NorCal Slot Car Scene, every time you click watch, I get a half a penny. Chris, Panhandle, we got somebody here from the Panhandle of Oklahoma watching. Welcome.
Go.
John Cook's out there from Utah, wishing he had one track here. John, you can build one. If you build it, they will come kind of thing. Good friend of mine, Joel Johnson, and world champion RC racer, came out of, not retirement, but came out and ran the slot at Nationals last year as a slot car driver. And he lives in the Utah area, just outside of Salt Lake. So there's people there that will race. So if you build it, hopefully they will come. Ryan, got it. Carlos, shake and bake. So Carlos and Mark from Electric Dreams are fighting it out for third place. Carlos has got a couple laps on him. So we're 1 minute into the fourth heat. Marcus running 6-0 on purple, and he has set the lap record on purple. So the lap records are all falling. And he drops it down to a 5.94. So Marcus is absolutely flying. He had a little bit of issues yesterday. I think he was a little frustrated, as quite a few people were. So it looks like things are going well for him today. I know his car was good. I took it out on Friday and it ran a 5.6 right out of the box. So it's a good car. I had nothing to do with that car, but I liked it. Drove really well. Oh, running consistent 6.0s. And a 5.8. Marcus is flying.
1 minute left.
Now on purple, you can definitely go full punch through that kink without too much problem. You got to go fast, but the key to slot car racing, you got to stay on. Go a tenth faster, but you come off 2 or 3 times in the heat, you'll lose time, big time.
30 seconds.
30 seconds to go in heat number 4 here at Motown Raceway, Modesto, California. We're located about an hour south of Sacramento. Easy fly-in. We have 4 big races a year. We've got one to be announced. We've got, I think it's in September, we have an NSR race for Corvettes. So it's going to be an NSR Corvette only GT race. You can run the C6, C7, or C8. And so it'll be a similar format to this. Most of our 2-day races are very similar. Official practice on Friday, qualifying on Saturday, racing on Sunday. So Marcus just blew the track record on purple out of the water with a 5.85.
That was a good idea, putting in orange.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Middle of nowhere, Utah. Okay. I think I've been there. Says someone is selling their entire store for $20,000. Couldn't make it work in Salt Lake. I assume that's a slot car track. And can I borrow $20,000, Jim? No,
Attention,
sorry.
1 minute left.
Slot car tracks are. It's tough. Quite honestly, it's tough to make a living at. This track is not the sole means of support for the owners, and quite a few aren't. Fast Track Hobbies in Rockland is, but that's a full-line hobby shop, and RC pays the bills, and slot cars are there also. So it's tough, but Electric Dreams makes it work. Piranha Raceway, Southern California.
30 seconds.
So there's a few, but basically because of the rent involved and everything else, it's very tough. And slot car racers are notoriously cheap. I say that from a personal experience. So it is tough to make a living running a slot car track as a sole means of income. So I applaud those that do it. A lot of people do it for the love of it. And more power to them. Wish we had more of them. And there's a lot of home tracks which obviously don't require the space rental or the rental on a facility. So heat 5 of 6, just starting. Marcus has already reset the track record on yellow at 5.97. Now 5.96. So he is out in front by 7 laps. So Paul's kind of in jeopardy of not making the semis. He will probably be going to the last chance. Sean Lee, the winner of the first race, is kind of right on the cusp. If Marcus wins this race, which looks like he will, and turns more laps than Sean did, then he will guarantee himself a spot in the semis because there's only 6 other people that could beat him, and the top 7 move up.
One down, 2 to go.
We've got the A heat coming up. And I don't have the lineup sheets here, but I know it's Richard Freeman, Herman James, Larry Stevens. I'm doing this by memory. And Marco from Electric Dreams is in the B or the A. So it'll be a hard-fought battle. And those guys just need to turn laps. Like I said, they should be the fastest cars out there of the 3 groups, and just turn laps and beat everybody else. They don't have to beat everybody in their heat. They just have to beat the other drivers from the other heats with the lap totals. So we'll see how that goes. We've got a minute left in heat 5 of 6. Marcus now lowered the track record down to 5.90.
Attention, 1 minute left. Track code.
White, no, white. White, in front of you. Hey.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, 2 down, 1 to go.
So running order with 50 seconds left to go is Marcus, Paul, Carlos, Mark. Oh, Carlos has passed Mark for 3rd, and Glenn.
3,
Glenn is a new
2,
racer here at
1,
Motown.
Power.
Not doing too bad to be in the B heat.
Seconds.
So the cars we're running today are MR Slot Car Jaguars. So this is kind of a spec race. When we run big races, we usually have quite a few spec tires to try to keep, or spec parts to try to keep everything equal.
10 seconds.
So in this race, the spec parts were the car, the motor, the wheels, the tires, and the gears. So not much leeway other than tuning.
Please change lanes.
We can make these cars go faster by changing the gear ratio slightly, but that takes a lot of testing. And especially for the people coming from out of town, it kind of puts them at a disadvantage. So by having a spec motor, spec gear ratio, spec wheels, spec tires, everybody's starting from the same level playing field. The cream always rises to the top, but it's much easier. This track is kind of unique because it's got so much grip. I know some of the racers from the Southern California area struggle on this track, but by having spec tires, it kind of removes some of that home track advantage. There's always going to be a home track advantage. Gray area, I love that. Gray area slot car stuff. We talk about the gray area in the rules of lot. You know, there's some things that are black and white and some things that are gray. And everybody, I'm not sure who that would be, unless I look in a mirror, that try to push the gray area, as long as it's legal, but pushing the gray area. So rule makers have a hard time with writing rules to make them easy to read and not 50 pages long, but get a specific intent across. And obviously you can't legislate intent because everybody's intent's a little bit different. So, but try to eliminate gray areas. And like in NASCAR, the famous one in NASCAR was when I think they had a 20-gallon fuel tank, but there was no rule on how long the fuel line could be. So one of the cars had about 50 feet of fuel line, effectively gave him a couple gallons more than everybody else. So that was a gray area. They closed the gray area. So we're always thinking of things to push the limits of what we can legally do, and then maybe the next race it'll be that loophole will be closed. So like I said, I love the name. So this is the last heat. Marcus has just got it nice and clean. He's already set the lap record on orange. Orange is probably the easiest lane to go fast. The middle lanes tend to be easier on slot car tracks because the radiuses are constant. When you get out to the gutter lanes, the outside lanes, you have a tight radius followed by a big radius. A lot of people find those harder to drive.
Track call. Here we go.
So Marcus
3,
now
2,
come back from the
1,
track hall. Marcus
go.
is working on lap 149. Second place is working on 139, so he's got a 10-lap lead. But it's not so much the lead; it's the number of laps compared to the other heats. So he'll probably be in first place after this. I haven't looked at the overall yet. We'll see. But his car looks really good. I still think he'd be better off if he blipped that kink right there. Car wouldn't kick out as much. I think you'll gain more by blipping than you do by trying to go through their full punch and having the car kick sideways. But who am I to say? He's out front, setting lap records on every lap, every lane. So.
Your other mirror now, Glenn.
Big crash, car lost a mirror. You're required to have all the body parts on these cars because the weight of the body makes a huge difference on how the car handles. But some of the little accessories like wings and windshield wipers and antenna and headlight covers, sometimes they are not required to be there. Or if they come off, you wouldn't have to worry about that. If a major part comes off, you will be required to replace it. So if you lost a wing, or there's a rear lower valence or splitter type, diffuser type things on these cars, which weighs a couple grams, you would be required to make sure that's still on the car. So 30 seconds to go. Marcus comfortably out front. See where he's going here.
30 seconds.
Down the straightaway, around the lap counter with a 6-1. 20 seconds to go. Another 6-1 for Marcus. We'll follow him around down the 290s, around the carousel, across the lap counter, the donut, down the main straightaway in 6 seconds. The fastest lap that I've seen on this track, even in testing, there may have been a faster lap, but the fastest lap I've seen was 5:55. And I don't know who did that, but it might have been me. Couldn't come close to it yesterday. So a lot of it's on track conditions and everything else. So we had a track call, but we've only got 3 seconds left, so this race is essentially over. Okay, we're ready to go with 3 seconds left.
We're good. We got 3 seconds left.
3 seconds, guys. Here we go.
3, 2,
Slight controversy on whether someone actually got their lap and they slid over the lap counter, and that's the end of the race. So I'm going to turn the mic off and do the zone corrections. Okay, we've got the race results printed out. And Marcus with 172. I'm pretty sure that beat Larry, which will guarantee him a spot in the semi. And we're getting the A heat now. We've got Larry Stevens on white, Richard Freeman on green, Herman James on orange, Marco Cavallo on blue, Mark Perkins on yellow. I don't see him. Oh, there he is. Mike Stahl on purple. Marco's out there. See Mike Stahl's out there. We'll get everybody out there, get a warm-up just like everybody else, and we'll get this A-Heat underway. Again, thanks everybody out there for watching on the Electric Dreams YouTube channel.
7-0. All right. That was a great race. Exciting
Amazing.
and fun.
That was so exciting.
Yeah,
guys.
me and Carlos were right
Incredible.
together there. It was pretty good. He did get by me. I did crash a few more times than I was supposed to. But let's get Marcus over here. Marcus, come on over here. All right, dude, great race. Here, face the camera here. Let me switch places with you. You go on that side, go on that side. All right. Yeah, Brazil, whatever they said, yeah. Great race. How was it out there?
It was really tough, very tough all weekend. The conditions were difficult. Thursday I came in, was doing 5.8s. Then the track's getting dirty and more grippy, and then it was very frustrating qualifying. Did 6.1, then 6.3. So today they cleaned the track and the car came together again. So it was a good race. Yeah.
Yeah, you got a 5.87 on the track there.
Yeah.
I let these guys go because man, that was a great time. It was great fun racing with you guys. Apparently,
Always fun.
you're a great racer. You know this track better than we do.
Oh, yes,
so
we have the home advantage.
I wouldn't expect anything less. But congratulations, Marcus.
Thank
All right,
you.
nice to meet you. Great racing with you, and hope you come down to Electric Dreams and race with
Will
us.
do. Yeah, looking forward to it.
All right, wait, I need
Thank
a
you.
hug. All right, great race. All right, thank you guys. All right, back to you, Carlos. Next heat coming up.
And Mark's going to come back. Mark, the voice of Electric Dreams. And he just finished oh, wait a minute. Okay. So we need a volunteer marshal. Mark, welcome back. Mark
Thank you, Jim.
is the voice of Electric Dreams, the face of Electric Dreams.
Well, I don't know about that.
And he just finished racing. Mark, Carlos beat you.
Yeah, we're friendly teammates. We I said I'll let you by.
What's it going to be like on the ride home?
I'll let him drive.
Good.
Yeah.
I would if he's going to drive 320 miles, I would let him win as long as he has to drive home.
Yeah, that's right.
Thanks. Great that you guys came up. Hope you had a good time running. We'll see if you make the semis. You still get another chance because we have the last chance.
That's right.
So you're still in it. Everybody's still in it. So
all right, thank you, Jim.
Mark's going to take back over for me. Thanks,
all right, Jim.
guys.
Thank you. We'll see you down the track there.
I was going to pry Jim out of that chair for you.
All right, I am back. Great race. All right, so we got Larry Stevens, Richard Freeman, Herman James, Marco Carvalho, Mark Perkins, and Mike Stahl on the next heat. All right, I still have a chance to be in the semis, depending on how well I did. Hopefully, Carlos will knock me out and I can just relax. Man. But great racing. Fun race. Track was very good today. My track times were definitely up, so I was very happy about that. Still learning this track, so, clearly there is a home field advantage or a home court advantage, however you want to say that. But great to be here. Thanks for joining us here live at the 2025 California Slot Car Challenge. It is a collaboration between Motown Raceway and Electric Dreams. All right, here we go. Are we warming up? Okay, warm up. Here we go. All right, we are warming up. Still on 3 minutes for warm up, so let it go. Stop it in a minute.
We gave the B main a little bit extra, so we'll give the A main a little bit extra.
Okay.
Maybe a minute and a half.
Okay, you let me know. All right.
You guys do about a minute and a half.
All right, we're going to do about a minute and a half here. All right, I'm coming back onto the chat here. So hello to my wonderful girlfriend, Andrea Potter, if you're listening. I love you. I hope you're listening. She may be at church. That's okay. All right. But we're here racing. Great day of racing here. Great people here. Fun. If you're in the Modesto area, come and check it out here in Modesto. It's fun racing. Bring the whole family. Good family fun. Slot cars have been around for a long time, so I still love them. I've only been doing slot cars since I was 8, so a few years ago. All right, Rick Eichhoff is on the chat. What's up, John Cook? And GRE Grivar.
They're minutes up.
A minute and a half.
Okay.
Oh, minute and a half.
Yeah, we're doing a minute and a half. And I just hit pause or the space bar.
In 15 seconds, just cancel.
Okay.
15 seconds.
All right, that was the end of that. And we will start the race soon here. Minute and a half.
Line them up.
Yep. All right, let's line them up. Again, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here, and thank you for spending time with us here on the YouTube channel. This is our Electric Dreams channel, but we are in Modesto, California at Motown Raceway. It's a great place to be for fun slot car racing. Track conditions were good out there, very good. Again, I did notice my times improve a bit. My driving's a little bit to be questioned, but again, definitely still not used to this track. Fun track, great group of guys though. If you want to come down and check it out, come on down. Come on down, say hi. Let's take some pictures. All right, so we got Larry Stevens in white, Richard Freeman in green, Herman James in orange, Marco Carvalho in blue, Mark Perkins in yellow, and Mike Stahl in purple. So these are the fastest of the fast guys, with exception for the 3 that sit out, which is Braden, because he's already in the semis. Jim Rose is also in the semis, and Ian Douglas is also in the semis. All right, got my teammate Marco out there. Let's see how he does with the Marco setup. Drivers ready? One more turn, Marshall.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, we're off. Herman's in orange. Marco's in blue. Mark Perkins in yellow. Mike Stahl in purple. Richard Freeman in green. And Larry Stevens in white. All right, still too early to tell. Everybody's on 2 laps. Great drivers. These are the best of the best drivers here. Marco's trying to pull out ahead. He's in second place. Larry Stevens taking the lead. Marco's trying to run him down. All right, Herman just comes past Marco there. All right, Larry Stevens first in white. Herman James second in orange. Marco Cavallo third in blue. Fourth, Mike Stahl in purple. Fifth, Mark Perkins in yellow. And sixth, Richard Freeman in green. All right, good driving, very focused. Good driving, no major crashes now. Also, the better drivers are a little bit more skilled on the track, so you won't see them come out of the slot as much. All right, Mitch is on. What's up, Mitch? How are you? Great to have you here. Thanks again for the flags, Mitch. So Jeremy Colbert had a question: which lane is considered the fast lane? That has to be purple, definitely purple, because you can do a straight punch on that purple. And so, although Marcus did a 5.87 in orange, so that all depends on the car and then the driver. So, but I think purple lane is the fastest.
Attention, 1 minute left.
All right, so Mike Stahl has moved up to first place in purple, followed by Herman James in orange. Third, Mark Perkins in yellow. Fourth, Larry Stevens in white. Fifth, Richard Freeman in green, and Marco Cavallo moves back to the 6th place. What did I miss?
30 seconds.
All right, Mark Perkins just comes out in yellow. Is that going to cost him a position? Marco moves back to 4th. Mark Perkins is in 3rd now. Mike Stahl 1st in purple. Herman James 2nd in orange. 3rd place, Mark Perkins in yellow. 4th, Marco Carvalho in blue. 5th, Richard Freeman in green. And Larry Stevens 6th in white. That white line is definitely a long way around the track. All right, thank you for joining us here live at the California Slot Car Challenge.
Attention, 1
And
minute,
this
30
segment of the race
seconds.
is hosted by Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. All right, clean the tires here. That was just the first race, so too early to tell who's going to take this race.
1 minute
But
left.
Mike Stahl in purple came out of there. He was behind the pack, but seemed to pull ahead. So fastest time on the track still. Let's see, Herman James in this heat did a 5.836 in orange. So he takes the fastest time on the track so far.
If I go live on Instagram, showing the track over here,
right?
And then you can tell people on Instagram that we are live on YouTube.
Okay.
And then we can get more people there.
Okay. All right, 10 seconds here. Okay, here we go. Herman James is in white, Larry Stevens in green, Mark Perkins in orange, Richard Freeman in blue, Mike Stahl in yellow, and Marco Carvalho in purple. Right, off we go. Mike Stahl is moving to yellow lane. Who's behind Herman James? So about 31 laps for the leader, 31 laps now for Herman in white, 30 laps for Mark Perkins in orange, 30 laps for Richard, now 31 in blue. 5th, Larry Stevens, 31. And 6th, Marco Carvalho in purple with 31. Marco's going to make us some good time here in purple. All right, and Mike Stahl in yellow puts down a 5.835. All right, Mike Stahl's our leader with 38 laps now. Soon to be 39. There's 39 for our leader. Second place, Herman James, 38. Soon to be 39 laps. There we go, 39 for Herman. Third place, Mark Perkins, 38. Soon to be 39. There's 39 right there. Richard Freeman, 4th with 39. Soon to be 40. There's his 40 right there. Larry Stevens, 39 with 40. Just clicked over. And finally, Marco Carvalho, 6th with 40. Or if there's an issue with Marco's car here. All right, Mike Stahl puts down a 5.809 in yellow. Pretty good. So far, that's the fastest time so far on the track. 5.80. Good car, he's running good. Less than a minute left. Frankie, good morning, buddy. We miss you, my brother in Christ. How are you, Frankie? Miss you here, buddy. I know you're probably vacationing somewhere on a sandy beach. All right, Slightly Mad, Slot Cars, what's up? Good morning. How you doing? Great to have you here. Fun racing today. This is the top of the top, guys, the fastest of the fast. And this is the second race of 6 races. All right, less than 10 seconds. So Mike Stahl is still in the lead. Richard Freeman's back in second place. Mark Perkins in third now. Herman James fourth in white. Fifth, Larry Stevens in green. And sixth, Marco Carvalho in purple. So here's our lap counts. Mike Stahl, first place, 60.25. Richard Freeman, 57.88. Mark Perkins, 57.77. So they're very close to each other. Fourth, Herman James, 57.65. Fifth, Larry Stevens, 57.24. And sixth, Marco Carvalho, 56.37. All right. And if you are on Instagram, head over there and check out our Instagram feed. And we could do a double duty here. But this is where we are. And there you go, little track cleaning, car cleaning, sticker changing. All right, we are double feeding here. Double feeding. What's up, Carlos? Hey, Marco. Just saw a little note said Frankie is going to try to come by. Hey, don't get in trouble. But if you do come by, we didn't see you. We'll stay off the camera so that you're not your presence isn't known. All right, thank you for joining us here. This is Mark Natividad calling the shots live trackside, normally from Electric Dreams, but today, Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. Come on down to Motown and check out these 3 great tracks that they have. This is technically a 24th scale track, but we are running 32nd scale cars. And it's an 8-lane track, but we're only using 6 of the 8 lanes. All right, here we go. We are off. So Mark moved over to white, Herman in green, Mike in orange, Larry in blue, Marco in yellow, and Richard in purple. Mike Stahl with 64 laps. Second place, Richard with 62 laps. So now Mike clicked over to 65, Richard clicked over to 63. So 2 laps, almost 3 laps between first and second. Let's see, second and third. There's probably about a lap between. Let's see. 65, 65. So second and third are pretty close. So watch purple and watch green. They're pretty close together. So let's see, where is Mark Perkins? Mark Perkins is holding his own in white. He's got 66, now 67 for Mark and 67 for Herman. So third and fourth, a good fight. So 3, 4, 5. Larry's trying to move up there in 5th place in blue, but 67, 68, 69 for first, second, or for second, third, fourth, and fifth, and sixth. Larry Stevens is hitting 70, 74, now 75 for our leader, Mike Stahl in orange. Second place, Richard Freeman with 72. Third place, Herman James. Third with 73. Fourth place, Mark Perkins with 72. Fifth place, Larry Stevens with 72. And sixth, Marco Carvalho with 72.
Yes. The purple one, yes.
I don't have any control. Resume.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, Richard Freeman moves back to that third place. Herman James moves back up to his second place in green. All right, fourth, Mark Perkins in white. Fifth, Marco Cavallo in yellow. And sixth, Larry Stevens in blue. So Marco Cavallo moves back to fifth place, 78 laps. Larry Stevens with 72. I wonder what happened there. Right, Mike Stoll almost on 85 laps. There we go, 85 for Mike. Herman James, 82, so 3 laps behind.
Richard Freeman, Mark Perkins, Marco, and Larry in the pits.
And so Herman James moves to second now. Richard moves back to third.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
All right, that was the end of that heat. Or the race. This is the third heat, but that was the end of that race. So we got 3 more races coming up. All right, so Mike Stahl with 90.50. He's our first place. Herman James is trying to move up a little bit. He is 87.34, followed by Richard Freeman, who was in purple, 86.78. Fourth, Mark Perkins, 85.73. Fifth, Marco Carvalho, 85.32. And Larry Stevens, sixth with 72.99. What's up, Carlos?
What's up?
Hope you guys are enjoying the feed.
Yeah. I mean, it's a super close race.
Yeah.
Dang, if you look at the times and the lap times.
Yep, look at second, third, fourth, and fifth.
Yeah, it's oh my
Yep.
God. Unbelievable. It's going to be so fun.
Yep, 85, 86, and 87, respectively, third, fourth, and fifth.
Yeah, it's going to be a super close
Yeah,
race.
3 laps between first and second. So
Great stuff.
let's
We are
see.
on Instagram as well.
Yep, check us out on Instagram. Come on down.
Everybody on Instagram, we are live feeding this on YouTube as well with a camera system, like with 10 different cameras and interviews and everything. So come on up.
Double feed. Hey, Rick Eichhoff is joining us here. What's up, Rick? Frankie said he might come by. David Angelucci just came on.
Hey, David.
Frankie says, hi, Kako.
Oh, hi, Frankie.
And so does Slightly Mad Slot Car says, hey, Carlos.
Yeah, Slightly Mad, always here.
Yep.
Die-hard slot car fan.
So Jeremy Cobert had an interesting question. Which part of the track is the most difficult to drive through? I would have to say white. White because, you know...
But I think you were talking about sections.
The sections.
I need to turn Marshall.
Yep. You know, it's the donuts, coming around the donuts, so it's a little bit deceiving on that far side donut behind the guy sitting. That's Marcus. And there's no camber or bank on the track, so if you hit it too much, the car will fall out. So you really have to keep it cool around the corners. In my opinion, I don't know. I mean, again, this is not my track, so I'm not used to it. I'm sure if I had some more track time on the track, I'd be better at driving the track. But right now, you know, these guys seems like it's no problem. So you just have to come and experience it, is what I have to say. All right, so Mike Stahl's in white. He's got 99. He'll be the first to 100 laps. He's in first place. We're coming up on 100. Yep, 100 for Mike Stahl. Herman James second with 97. Still 3 laps between them. Third, Richard Freeman, 97. 1 lap behind second place. fourth, Mark Perkins, 96. He is about 1 lap behind third in fourth place. Fifth place, Marco Carvalho, 96. About 1 lap behind Mark Perkins in fourth. And Larry Stevens, 6 with 77 laps. I wonder if he had some car issues. Let's see, he's in purple. Let me find purple on the track. I do not see purple on the track, so it looks like Larry Stevens had to come out. Some car issues. Is there a car in purple? I don't see a car in purple. Okay, double checking this here. No, there is no car in purple. So Larry Stevens is in the pits. Okay, I see him now.
Attention.
Maybe a gear slipping, and that happens. All right, so Mike Stahl still the leader. He's got 111 now. Herman James, 108. Richard Freeman, 108. Mark Perkins, 107. Marco Carvalho, 106. Larry Stevens, 77. We'll have to see what is going on with Larry's car. Hey, what's up, Ryan? Ryan Delgado's on. Good morning, Ryan. How's it going, man? Mr. Ryan Delgado, our current points leader at Electric Dreams, man. What's happening, Captain? Glad to have you here, Ryan. Thanks for joining us.
10 seconds.
All right, almost 120 for Mike Stahl in first place in yellow. There's 120, end of the stint. All right, let me give you the official count here. Mike Stahl, first place, 120.12. Second place, Herman James with 117.16. Richard Freeman, third, 116.19. Fourth,
Reminder, drivers,
Mark
you
Perkins,
cannot take your car off the
114.19.
track. Can't lay it off to the side on another table or go back to your pit area. Has to be dressed on the track and set back down.
All right, definitely no carrying your car back to the pits.
Attention. 1 minute.
You heard the
30
man.
seconds.
All right, fourth, Mark Perkins. Where was I? Yeah, fourth, Mark Perkins, 114.19. Fifth, Marco Carvalho, 113.4. And Larry Stevens still in the pits with 77.9.
Oh,
Somebody asked, where can I find these places in Ontario? Well,
slot car track.
I have no idea.
Ontario.
Yeah. If you don't find anything, there's probably nothing. So, time to start building the track.
Yeah, that's a business
Right?
opportunity right
The
there.
field of dreams. You build it, and they will come.
Absolutely.
Opportunity there. Opportunity knocks. Yep, that's hard to believe. There's nothing in Ontario. Well, Ryan Delgado's on.
Oh, nice.
He's on YouTube. Yep.
Generating such extreme traction. But yes, it is. It's right lifting.
30 seconds.
All right. This is race number 5 of 6.
Three, two, one, go.
All right, off we go. Marco's in white, Mike's in green, Richard's in orange, Mark is in blue, Larry in yellow, and Herman in purple. So still no Larry Stevens. Wow, he's going to take a big sit out. All right, so Mike Stahl's our leader with 125. Herman James, 122 still. 3 laps between them. 123 now for Herman in second. 126 for Mike in first. Third, Richard Freeman, 122. Fourth, Mark Perkins with 121. Fifth, Marco Carvalho, 126. Larry Stevens. He's not on the track. I don't think he's going to have time to come back in. So maybe he'll get in for the last one. so he doesn't have a DNF, which is did not finish.
One down, 2 to go. What is it? Leader on green, Mike Stahl. Herman in second on purple. 3 laps back. Third place is Richard. 2 laps back.
All right. Mike Stahl coming up on 135. He's got 133. Herman James 130.
Mark Perkins in fourth.
Third, Richard Freeman 129. Fourth, Mark Perkins 127. Fifth, Marco Carvalho 127. And then Larry Stevens still not on the track. Still see Larry over in the pit using his screwdriver. Wow. And that happens. That's the nature of slot cars. Boy, I've had that happen a few times, and it's disappointing. You take all the time, you set up the car, you do a good paint job, and your car has a DNF. So I don't think I've had a DNF so far. I did have a couple of mishaps with my tires, like a tire coming unglued. Oh, big crash right there. Spinner. Who came out? Oh, that was Mark Perkins in blue. Oh, another crash back there. That was green came out. That was Mike Stahl.
30 seconds.
All right, less than 30 seconds. All right, we're going to finish out this 10 seconds here.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
All right, that was the end of that race. So here's our current standings. We have Mike Stahl, 149.49. He's first place. Second place, Herman James, 146.62. Third is Richard Freeman, 144.78. Fourth, Mark Perkins, 141.1. Fifth, Marco Carvalho with 141 flat. See if Larry's going to make it back to this heat. He's still feverishly working on his car.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
He was doing pretty well. I think he was fast in the beginning, but then his car just slowed down. And maybe a gear slip or something, or tire rubbing. Yep, that's the worst, the tire rubbing. All right, welcome to the California Challenge here at Modesto Raceway in, Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. Let me get that straight. It's almost lunchtime. I see the tri-tip girl coming. Yep. I'm about to get really distracted here. I heard there's some good tri-tip coming. Yeah. Definitely it was a cheat weekend. Diet was totally not on this weekend. Bacon and eggs, ham and eggs, that kind of stuff. Hey, I'm on vacation. Working vacation. Yeah, it's a workation. All right. So Richard's moving to white, Marco to green, Larry to orange, Mike to blue, Herman to yellow, and Mark Perkins to purple. All right, here we go. Lance is on the chat. What's up? Good morning, Lance. He says he's been on the track. All right, here we go. This is race 6 of 6. So, and then we're going to tally it up and see who's moving to the next heat. Gosh, I kind of hope that I don't make it. I know. As much as I love racing, I think I like painting cars more. I don't know. Definitely having a challenging time finding my groove on this track. And it's like I do good and then I come out and then I kind of find myself out of the groove. But Mike Stahl looks like he's going to win this race here with 158 coming up. All right, there's Mike with 1.8. Who just came out? Oh, that was blue and green. So that was Marco and Mike tangling it up there. Mark Perkins was over there too.
2, 1, go.
All right, Mike Stahl with a fast time with a 5.809 when he was in yellow. So first and second, so 161 for Mike, 158 for Herman. Still 3 laps difference between first and second. Third is 157, so there's about 3 laps between second and third. So fourth is Mark Perkins, 155. Marco's 155. Let's see if Marco can get his 4th place back. They're pretty close together. Marco's right behind him, so watch the race between green and purple. Green and purple. Marco is coming up on him. Yep, here he comes. Yep. Mark Perkins got that full punch lane over there. Marco's in green. He is definitely behind him. He's not on the door yet, but he's close. Mark goes slowly a little bit around those turns. Oh, Marco came out. Yeah, that's not going to catch him now. Yeah, that was close for a second. But Marco's right behind him, 162 laps. Definitely did more laps than I did. I did about 158 on my laps. All right, but 173 for Mike Stahl. 174 now, 171 for Herman. He's kept his 3 laps distance big time. All right, less than 20 seconds and we'll finish this race. And we'll go down and have an interview with the Mr. Mike Stahl. Oh, Mike just came out.
10 seconds.
All right, 2, 1, and done.
In the race.
All right, congratulations, Mike Stahl. Good race. Good race. All right, let's go down and talk to Mike. All right.
White.
93,
Gotta say it loud, please.
93,
That's better.
55,
Okay, wait. 55. Blue. Blue's right there. Right in front of you.
1.
Yellow.
Oh wait, actually.
Blue is 0. What is that? 32?
32, yeah.
32.
33.
All right, we're on the floor here. Let's find.
the winner.
There he is, Mike Stahl. Come on over here. All right, stand over here. Mike Stahl.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, and it looks like you're doing very well, wallowing in your victory.
Yeah.
That was a great race out there. 5.80 on the track. That was very fast. You had a good car. Tell us what it was like out there.
Well, it's still a little slick. I made the car a lot better and just tried to run a calm race instead of trying to rip the field apart. But it came out good. Tires are much better today than yesterday, and everything so far so good.
All right. Well, great race, Mike, and hopefully you'll be joining us for that second half of this down Electric Dreams, maybe.
Maybe we'll see there. Yeah, we'll
Okay.
try and get there.
All right. Great racer, Mike Stahl. All right. Thank you, Mike. All right. Back to you, Carlos. All right. So we're coming up into the next. We're going to do some tallying here. We're coming up into the figuring out who's going to be in the next heat. I don't know if I'm in it, but again, it's lunchtime. My focus is on food right now. So, anyways, stay tuned. Thank you for joining us.
you get a drink and chips with that, please partake with Jennifer. She's gracious enough to do this, and we want to support her. So $12.99, and you get chips and a drink. Harold's not here. I'm gonna do a round robin.
White killed me. Nice to see you. Ready to go? I was holding on a second for a while. I was lacing white. Okay. Yeah, you were 102 left behind.
Marcus, which one's your car?
The Brazilian flags.
Everybody else. One more full race. So all these cars can take their cars to one. Yeah.
We're just putting it on the turn.
Oh, okay.
Just go for par. Green. Yeah, go for par.
Okay, can I have your attention for a second? If you're in the semi, your cars are in here and you're in impound. Everybody else can take their car and work on them if you wish. And they will be rechecked. If you leave them here, they will not be rechecked. Because this is good. Everybody here is going to the last chance. So leave it here, no checking, work on it, change tires if you want, and it will be rechecked.
It'll be protect. They stay here.
They need to be back in impound in 15 minutes. Test it. Okay, if you didn't hear me, last chance cars that are out there, you can take them now. If you take them, they're going to be re-teched, and they need to be back in tech in 15 minutes, 11:20. So you've got 15 minutes to do whatever you need, change tires or whatever. They will be re-teched. If you leave it there, then we won't re-tech it.
Harold's not here, so I don't put him in.
So the last chance qualifier, there's 10 cars.
Harold's one of those cars, isn't
Yeah, he would be.
he? Yeah. So
9. There's 9.
So I think if we did the math right, there's 9 drivers in this, so it'll be a 9-car round robin. Top 2 that will move up to the semi.
This is live.
When this heat, can I have your attention, please? Hey guys, just attention. It's going to be what's happening. You need to know this. After the round robin, the 2 cars that move up will go into the semis. Once we've established those 2 cars, then we have 12 cars in impound. The semi drivers will be given the same 15 minutes. No, the track will not be on. If you don't make the move up, then you can take your car home. So after this last chance qualifier, 2 cars will go into the semi box. When we get all 12 in there, then we'll release those cars for 15 minutes. I don't remember, are we picking lanes for semis or are they assigned? Okay, we are picking lanes for the semis. Okay, so from first to last, so.
Should they now pick the lanes?
Well, we got 2 people that we don't know who are, well, we
This
could,
is last
yeah.
chance.
We could.
Yeah.
Because
right down the road.
yeah, whoever moves up will be the last pick, so. Change tires if you want. Anything you want to do. Mario obviously still has to be late. Yes. One more quick thing. Listen up, everybody. One more quick thing. Mark mentioned. Hey guys. Richard, just a second. Mark made an announcement, and it was not quite loud enough, so I'll be loud. The rule going forward, we had the rule, but we kind of fudged on it a little bit. The cars, when you move them from lane to lane, they do not move from the track. You pick them up there, do the tires, change the lane stickers, and put them knocked down. They do not go off the track, other than just like right in front of you. But they don't go back to your pit box, they don't go anywhere else. They stay on the track. If you need to fix something, that's a different issue, then let us know if you need to fix something. But basically, they do not go off the track.
The track needs to have radiant heat.
That's right. That would be awesome.
No, so the RC track closed in Griffin.
Well, technically it didn't close.
They're running off road.
There were the other two.
Just alienated most of their customers.
So what do you have to know? He's not. Been down for like 3 weeks. Tomorrow, so hopefully.
Well, just probably that.
Manicure? Yeah.
You're on the last chance right now. We're in the nice right? Yes.
Darling, how are you? You too.
This is a reason to come up here.
The race is coming up now.
Oh, he's hanging in there. He's almost been here at the city, so he's doing, as far as the shop goes, fine. He's not
He's trying to understand the
doing
thing.
so well, but,
The third one over, right?
well, he got injured back in '09.
I can't see it from the one in orange. I can barely see the name. So
Just Harold is in here, so he didn't get put.
That's why we go to the shop, because that will come out from the sheriff's department, so that's why we bought the shop.
You're starting on bad. Is it good? Which is good. Purple? Orange to white, white. Don't pay attention to the signature. Some of these will. That's where you're getting one of these. Yeah. But yes, you are in the next race.
Yeah, you did.
Pack up and go. You got lightning with. And I think he
This is round robin, right?
Yeah. Richard has some names.
No, he did not. She wrote this. You can just cross it off. So then this is my dad.
I tried to sand it down, but I couldn't sand it down.
Not for the last.
It started sanding my fingers.
It's just a round robin. Yeah. He was there. He didn't talk. He was putting everyone that didn't make it into
Okay, last chance,
usually
5 more
what you
minutes,
do there,
and then
you
you
pick
back
the,
in town.
what, 8th through 13th?
Except Paul.
What he wanted to put was he took 8th. Yeah, he went 8th through last. He just wanted to give everyone another.
Oh, right.
Last chance, nobody gets any worms, right? Because as round robin, you have to stop waiting for everybody to move.
We're ahead of schedule. I mean, you can talk to him about it.
See, it was a good thing I actually told you.
Yeah.
That's no sugar.
That's why I was wondering, since I'm not in the
I know, this is the one you want.
But since it's not,
I'll look at
nobody should get one.
what car I like.
You want to run on it, right?
That's not.
I see what you're saying.
Go right after.
We'll find out. I've run the tires before the track and I've won. Just never set tires.
I had mentioned you this morning about. Okay. Round robin. Warm the track up to make sure it's clean. Two of the guys bring up. One straight up with no. That way it is there. I don't think we need track team on the flag.
The fastest time overall was great. He ran like 5.7.
Larry? It will not be a warm-up.
Okay.
Is that right? He ran a 5.71.
Go warm up.
And then a 5
If there's only 5 people running, you could do that, but not when you have 6 or 7.
Yes.
Ready for a sandwich?
Well, if I was in this heat, my name up there, it wouldn't be a problem. I said,
That's what I told
I don't care about the other 2 people.
You get to tee off second.
This is done.
Oh, that's right. Second chance, baby. I took my mulligan in the first heat.
Reload.
I took my mulligan in the last heat.
Okay, we need the cars back to the impound, please.
Hi.
See, well, you have to work on them.
Cars back to the impound.
Yeah. Yeah, but they were Motown. My
You're
daughter
running good. You're running pretty close to what everybody else is.
guys, what are you doing here on Instagram? Going back on the track. Race is about to resume. I hope you're having a good time, enjoying the races. I'm a little bit nervous.
Hey, Ray. You know that set screws for the wheels? Yeah, like replacement ones, good ones.
I'll go to the next one. If I had a wife right now, she'd be like, I bring those cars. Yeah, so many of them already. I literally just bought that. You gotta come up and read some problems. Yeah.
Your guard.
I was flying. I have two trucks. TKO. Oh, TKO. Nice. Oh, nice. Banked. Banked in one turn.
No, which one?
No, where's it? Jim, what is it? What is it? Not banked. I don't know. What is the one turn that's not banked? The last two. Incline. Yeah. Yeah, one turn's banked. Slightly elevated. Incline. That was
I gotta change over. I'm planning on it.
Yeah.
So I know what mine have been turned into.
I like to change my tires. It's gonna be what it is.
secret club. $23.
Stop it, Sean. Dude, I'll just give you $20 for your gas money.
I know. I'm almost thinking of running out.
Dude, I don't want it back either.
You just give me the 20. I keep the car.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Oh, stop.
Threw all these away, now you're having a box. Yeah, this one was. That one was. These are the same size tractors as the one Group C had. Somebody's gonna get second.
Urban, your turn.
That's not right. My car ready? 4.
And no sponsors either.
You're looking for a golf ball, we never look for it. One is over. There you go.
You should have seen it though. All three of us were on the green. I had the shortest puppy family bar. These two guys just like $300. At the park. Stop. I got like a almost to the fridge. There it is.
too, man.
But I am gonna have. I'm still waiting on some.
Waiting for it to start?
But you have money. The track. That's
No, but
No, that's it.
the same temperature. Lane rubber, lane rubber, lane rubber. Normally.
Are you going in next?
Of course not.
This is weird.
I'm not. Where do you guys?
About 15 minutes away.
No.
How you all doing?
I need to change up.
Hanging in there. How's that daughter of yours?
She's doing well.
What?
She's kicking her butt.
New accessories from the original was. All right. Change them out. So I can change them out. So before the next race.
5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes.
I can make it.
Stand by. Look at that bottom left corner. Stand by Larry's next to me.
I couldn't even get you.
So I'm only just on the. Then you can.
Nothing like that too.
Oh, yeah, but still.
Which, it's taken some time, but everybody else did better too. Say like down there, moving around my boxes and stuff like that. Oh, yeah. Comes back, it's like, just being like, the little skinny bone just below the kneecap. Yeah.
It's still streaming?
And you're doing good? Working hard at this.
Is it still streaming? Are we still active? Okay. Yes.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. This is Jim Rose again, and we are live from Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. Little backstory for Motown is the owner, Mark Pollard, and his family moved out here from the Detroit area. And so, ironically, they bought a track called Motown because it's Modesto. So, just a little more color commentary. So this race is now the last chance qualifier. So everybody that didn't make the semi is in this. It's a 9-car round robin. The top 2 overall times will move up and be the last car in each of the 2 semis. So we have Dave on white, Peter on green, Carlos on orange, Mark on... Oh, Carlos and Mark from Electric Dreams are starting right next to each other. Farley on yellow and Glenn on purple. Looks like we got a few people out there. There's 25 people online, some new people I didn't see before. Malcolm just tuned in. Chief Redback, Slightly Mad Slot Cars. Welcome, everybody. We're getting ready to restart the racing action. This is the California Challenge, first of 2 races. This race in Motown. In about a month or so, we'll have a second race at Electric Dreams with the same cars, same rules. And they are promoted on the website for Motown, or the YouTube channel, Facebook group. So information is there on Motown Raceway and Electric Dreams on their websites as well as their Facebook groups. The Facebook groups tend to be, or Facebook pages tend to be a little bit more up to date quite often. So this race is going to be run straight up, no warm-ups. We've got 9 cars, so it'll be 9 heats, and we'll see who comes out on top. We have the grudge match, Carlos and Mark from Electric Dreams. Mark said whoever wins has to drive home, and it's about a 320-mile drive from here to Electric Dreams. Marco drove up, and they actually all made it. Mark said he had a helmet and everything on, mouthpiece, so they made it up here on Friday afternoon late. Did a little bit of practicing, and all day yesterday, the qualifying in the IROC, and today with the main events. So after the heats, the top 7... The top 7 cars out of those 3 heats went directly to the semi. That was Mike Stahl, Herman James, Richard Freeman, Marcus Ferrandini, Marco Carvalho, and Mark Perkins, and Sean Lee. Larry Stevens was running extremely fast and was definitely in a move-up spot that had a gear issue. So we're going to look for him probably to be the front runner in this race, but he is not starting. He's the first car to come in on green. Come in on green, leave on orange, sit out for 3, and then come back in. So we're getting ready to start the last chance race. So one of the reasons we do the last chance race is to give everybody more track time. And when you have a lot of people, there's a lot of downtime, and the larger races are typically more expensive in entry fees, so try to give everybody a lot of track time. So we're just about ready to go. We need to...
Everybody that's in semis should be up here turn marshaling. Everybody in semis, come up and turn marshaling.
As always, we've got to call turn marshal of the track. Braden's going to take the hole. See Marcus going out there. Marcus had a really good run in his semi, in his heat. Marco's giving advice. Marco, who's your money on between the two of them?
I keep my money.
Yeah. Okay, getting ready to start. We've got all the spectators around the track. We are just about ready to go.
Mark, thank you again for painting the track yellow and black.
Matches the cars perfectly.
Marco said that he owns this track now because it's painted yellow and black, the Electric Dreams colors. So.
Racers ready?
Ready?
3,
Here we go.
2, 1.
And we're off. Tight battle. Always is on the first lap. See who comes out on top. It's one of the Electric Dreams cars. Mark Natividad, the voice of Electric Dreams, is out front. If he wins, he's got to drive home, so he needs to slow down a little bit. So this being a round robin, we've got 9 racers and 6 lanes, so it's going to be hard to tell who's really in the lead for a while. But as we start, Mark is leading. Oh, Farley now has moved into the lead. Mark must have had it off because he went from 1st to 5th. So after about 1 minute, we've got Farley, Carlos, and Peter. Larry Stevens is on deck. He was definitely in a transfer spot when he had a gear issue. Slightly Mad, high out there, high back. Michaels, go Farley for the win. Slightly Mad's going for Carlos too, with hearts in his eyes. So the love is out there for Carlos. Now, halfway through the first heat, still got Farley out front. Farley's one of our local racers here. Races in the amateur class. As does Marcus, but Marcus put in a great run, like I said, in his heat as an amateur to make the semis. As did Richard Freeman, but I think we're moving Richard up to the expert class.
1 minute left.
Farley's opened it up. He's got almost a lap lead on the field now. Running 6.3s, fast lap. Mark is the fastest car on the track at 6.1 in the blue lane, but he's running third after that off right after the start. Ooh, a couple hard hits. I don't know who that was. That was Farley. So Farley's moved down to third. Mark Natividad has taken over the lead. So Mark went from first to sixth, back to first, driving back up to the field.
Please change lanes.
Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the count. First and second.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Okay, Larry Stevens is coming in on the green lane. Like I said, I think he's the favorite for this last chance qualifier. I was talking to Sean Lee in the pits when Larry was running and go, Sean, you need somebody in this heat that's running now to have an issue. And right as he said that, Larry had a gear go.
Attention,
So Sean wished bad luck on his fellow competitors. We had the short break after the heats to get everything set up, and we had a short lunch break. We have tri-tip sandwiches here being catered to the racers. Yesterday we had hot dogs on the house.
Three, two, one, go.
Yeah, Larry looks fast. Larry started on the green lane. See what his first lap comes through on green at 6.4, so not all that fast. Build up to it a little bit. Been off the track for a while. You never know what people did. When you have a break in the action after you've run a heat, you are allowed to change tires, do things like that. And then the car's retech, so I don't know if he changed tires or what. He might have, because I think he's assuming he's going to have to run this race, then the semis, and then the A main. So between all those, when we shut the track down to resort the semis and then before the A main, all those competitors are allowed to work on their cars, change tires. Still have to go back through tech and be legal, but you can change things between races. So Larry drops it down to 6.132. fastest car on the track. He has the lap record on this. It's 5:8.4 on the green lane, that is. So I'm not sure if his car is a little slower or if the track's getting slower. Carlos now has taken over the lead from Mark. They are on the same lap. So it's still a battle between Carlos and Mark, that Electric Dreams rivalry. See who's leading this heat. Larry is leading the heat, so obviously he does have a fast car.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Sometimes it's a little misleading because it depends on where the cars stop. Larry had to run one full lap before he was on the counter. Some of the cars were halfway through a lap, so they kind of get a head start in one of the heats. It all evens out in the end. "30 seconds to go in heat 2 of 9, the last chance qualifier at the California Challenge."
30 seconds. End of stint. Please change lanes.
I'm off? Yeah. Jim, can you +1 orange? +1 for Barley.
Can't do it now. The computer won't let me do it between heats.
He'll be on light, so just add 1 to
Farley needs a lap, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
When he's on light, just
Yep.
Attention, 1
Okay,
minute.
Farley came
30
out and
seconds.
rode over the lap counter. The lap counter did not count him because he wasn't in the slot. So we can do a manual correction when this race is restarted. And I'll just add a lap to Farley because he did not get that lap. A lot of times in club races we just put him behind the line, but the right way to do it is to add a lap, because we put him behind the line, he's going to lose about 5 feet. And you never know when 5 feet is going to make a difference at the end of the race. So it's just easier to put him behind and let him get the lap, but the right way to do it is to add a lap to his total. And we'll do that, so we don't have to do it at the end of the race, we can do it during the race. And you may hear a big cash register sound. That is the indication that somebody has added a lap to an individual racer.
Seconds.
Gray area, thanks for attending both Motown and Electric Dreams. Thanks for the compliment. Lance Gallagher, if they would have 2 race classes at both tracks on the same weekend, I would attend. I'm not sure which. I'm assuming you mean there'd be 2 races on a given track. So if we had a race at Motown, we sort of did. Saturday night, last night, after qualifying, we had an IROC race, and it was broadcast live on the Electric Dreams channel. So there was an IROC race that everybody was allowed to race in, and you didn't have to prepare a car for it because the cars were supplied. So we actually did have a second event at our club racing at Motown. You know, our weekly races, which is the first Saturday and the third Sunday, we race 3 classes in a day. And our format is the first class we qualify and sort heats. The second class we run round robin, but we separate the experts and the amateurs. And then the third race we do a full round robin for time considerations. So on all of our club races, we run 3 separate events in one day. And if you want to check that out for Motown, it's on their Facebook group. The complete schedule is on there. Electric Dreams is on their website. They typically do just one one event the day, so that's a little bit different because sometimes they have a lot more people than we do. We typically have 14 to 18 for a club race. So, how many people you have can kind of determine how many classes you can run in a day. We have people that drive down from the Bay Area or Sacramento, hour and a half, 2-hour drive, so we don't want to run on a Sunday or even a Saturday till 6 or 7 o'clock at night. So, back to the racing. Halfway through, we've got Mark Natividad out front, but it's kind of because it's a round robin, we don't know. See where Larry's at. Larry's leading the heat, so he's going to put up a big number. He just ran 5.98 on the blue lane.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Brad's slot car circuit, great close racing. Good job, Braden. Turn Marshall Pro. Don't give Braden any compliments. He'll get a big head. I get it, Lance. I didn't realize you were in San Antonio. That's a long trip. We've had, I'm very terrible at names, but I may have met you if you were at the Electric Dreams Nationals. I know we had some people from San Antonio come.
30 seconds.
So yeah, but for a big race, especially, the slot at Nationals coming up, that's 75 racers, so there's just no way to do two events in one weekend. And I get it, it's a lot of downtime, but it's just not possible to try to run qualifying and mains and semis and everything with 75 racers on a 6-lane track.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
So Larry wins the heat with 28, putting up some big numbers, so he's definitely the favorite to win this last chance qualifier. Who's coming in? Stephen Friday, one of the new racers, is coming in on the green lane, so the driver coming in will start right as you see at the start-finish line. Everybody else will continue where they finish. They'll just move their car from one lane to the next lane and go on.
I have to rotate them down.
Okay, that's heat 3, so we're a third of the way of 9 heats.
30 seconds.
Okay, getting ready for heat number 4. Driver coming in is Stephen Friday. Got the white and green Castrol Jag, just left the start line, and we've got a track call. Somebody may have hooked up backwards.
Who has a...
Is your controller right?
Yeah, you're the only one that does have one.
Controller right?
Is your controller hooked up? No.
We had
Now it is. All right.
the driver on white. That's Glenn. He hooked up. Didn't have red to red and white to white and black to black. And when you do that, the car typically goes full punch, and that's what happened. So he had, once the power came on, he had no control over the car. Hit the wall and went on the ground.
We got 2 cars on white?
Somebody just broke the...
No, 2 cars on green. 2 cars on green.
All right. I got one more lap, I think.
The other green.
Computer's wrong. Me too.
It'll get rid of. It won't count your next one. I think.
Yeah,
Jim, I think you're gonna have to do that one.
I need to give Farley a lap, right? What's Farley on? Farley's not on now. So we have to do that later.
Yeah.
Remember that.
Get rid of his best time in draft.
It's that one, right? It's that box?
Yeah, one. And then the next arrow. One click.
There we go. Okay. Okay, we had an issue with a rider going through, and when a rider goes through, there's two cars on the same lane, so it tripped the lap counter. The lap counter realized it and shut the power down, and then we had to rectify make sure the laps were correct. The nice thing about this software is when you have a rider go through in like a 2-second lap time, we can set a minimum lap time so it doesn't do that, but that was just outside the minimum lap time. And so the nice thing about this software, it lets you go back and erase that, basically a fake fast lap. Okay, we got Larry out front again. 6:09, fast lap. Mark with a Natividad with 6:15 on orange, so he's right with Larry in this heat. He's actually leading the heat. Minute and a half to go. I'm not going to call out leaders, maybe in the heats, but the overall leader we just don't know because some people have been on more number of lanes because of the rotations.
Track code. Rider detected.
Or just plus one. Plus what?
Plus one for Larry.
Plus one. Purple.
And then take it away.
Give it to him and then take it away.
Okay, that was that cash register sound that I mentioned before.
Here we go. 3,
And
2,
that allows me, the computer allows me to go in and manually add a lap for someone that missed a lap.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So we got Mark and Larry out front. Larry now has taken over the lead of the heat, but they're running neck and neck, so they'll probably turn the same number of laps in this individual heat.
10 seconds.
Dave is the driver on deck. You see down there in the bottom it says standby, which is usually known as on deck. So he will be coming in on green. And the computer flips over and you see Dave coming in on green. That column where the drivers' names are flashing, that is the lane you are going to. The 3 columns on the left, the name, the laps, and the total laps, that's what you just finished. So everything up on the board right now is what just happened, except for the change drivers column that's flashing. That's where the drivers are going to. So it's very easy to see what's happening
1 minute, 30 seconds.
and what lane you need to go to. Once you do it a few times, you don't even have to think about it. But sometimes in the heat of the battle, oh, I forgot what lane I'm going to. So it is flashing, and that's the reason for that. I want to thank all our sponsors here. Basically, sponsors is Motown Raceway and Electric Dreams for putting this race on, the California Challenge. And we are live streaming on the Electric Dreams channel, but we are at Motown Raceway in Modesto. I believe this is a first for a Motown race or a Motown sanctioned race It's a kind of a collaboration being held outside of Electric Dreams. Electric Dreams now has 2 tracks, or actually 3 tracks. They have the original Cunningham track. They have the Samson Raceway, which is a 6-lane polycard plastic track, and a bigger 24 scale 8-lane commercial track in the back, which they're running hard bodies on and some other classes. So there's 3 tracks now at Electric Dreams. They had to move all their offices and some of the stuff upstairs into a newly created mezzanine, and so they had room for a 3rd track. And here we go with heat number 5 out of 9. Carlos will be coming in after this heat, so he is on standby. And should be sure to check out the other YouTube channels out there. My channel is NorCal Slot Car Scene, and Motown is Motown Slot Car Raceway. There is a legacy site that uses a different name, Motown Raceway, but check out Motown Slot Car Raceway. And there's some setup tips by Braden, as well as some of the live streams that we've done. And you're watching Electric Dreams YouTube channel, so you already know about that because you're there. Carlos, thanks for the love. I'm assuming that's, that must be Marco doing that. Electric Dream Slot Cars. Jim Rose is a top-notch slot car commentator. And I should get paid accordingly, I think, Marco, if you're watching and listening to that. So maybe those of you out there should definitely mention that I should get paid at least twice what I'm getting paid. Be heading down to the, if you want, I hate to make analogies, but the Slotted Nationals is coming up. That's the biggest, in my opinion, one of the best races in the world. And it is one of the biggest also for 32nd scale cars. There's 75 entries. The race is sold out. There's a waiting list. And it's, if you want to call it the Indy 500 of slot cars, you could, because it's one of the biggest races of the year. And speaking of Indy cars, we had the NSR Formula 22 IROC race yesterday. And those cars were driven by the Ganassi team. So those of us that raced yesterday got to drive a car that was driven by Alex Palou. And Marco also showed me the number 8 car, I believe it was, has Electric Dreams stickers on it. So Electric Dreams is sponsoring in a somewhat minor way, but for slot cars, it's big time. An Indy car. So the Ganassi team was down there. The whole team was down there for a private event. Go on the Electric Dreams channel, you can see it. Chip Ganassi was there, Alex Palou, Scott Dixon. The whole team was there racing slot cars. 20 seconds to go in Heat 5. Larry Stevens leading this heat. 6.05 is his fast lap.
10 seconds.
Looking forward to going down to Electric Dreams for the Nationals. They have a top-notch announcing team down. The guys from Magnetic Racing, Ian and Doug. Looking forward to seeing them. Ian Rice from Australia is coming back. Michael Nemes from Germany is coming back. Maurizio from Slotted will be there. We typically have a sit-down with Maurizio, and he talks about new stuff coming out and all the prototype stuff. Who? Somebody just came up and said Marco will be there. Oh, that's the guy that runs Electric Dreams. Marco. He just said mention my name. So Marco will be there. I don't think he's going to be racing like he is. This is the first time I've seen Marco race. I know he's raced a couple races, the Enduro down there a few, and he was at the NSR 24-hour race in Italy about 3 weeks ago. So he's been racing all over the world, but this is the first time I've actually raced with him. Unfortunately, the semis are sorted odd to even, so the even number qualifiers are in the second semi. The odd number, second, I got it wrong. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9 are in the second semi. The even numbers are in the first semi, and so we're in different semis. So I won't go head to head with him unless we both get to the A main. And he's pitting next to me, so I've had the privilege. I typically pit next to Ted Essie, who's my race buddy, and Ted couldn't make this race, so Marco stole his spot. So I'm pitting next to Marco. At the Nationals last year, the slotted Nationals, I pitted next to Michael Nemes. So I've been able to pit next to some of the legendary people in contemporary slot car racing. So looking forward to that.
That's a yes.
We'll have a huge contingent from Northern California going down for the slotted Nationals. I think there's about 14 people from Northern California going to the slotted Nationals. Mark Perkins, who just walked by me, I know is going. Larry, I'm going. Mike Stahl. All three of the podium finishers from last year, myself, Braden, and Ian, will be there to defend our podium and try to get that not so friendly rivalry going with the Southern California guys. And we do have a couple of 24 scale racers. Justin Colvin, arguably the best 24 scale racer in the country right now in terms of national championships. He's been there last year. He's going back. And we've got the GOAT coming. So again, arguably, I don't think there's much question about this. The best scale 24 scale racer from the United States ever, Paul Goronsky, is going to be attending the Slot Nationals. I'm looking forward to beating Paul Goronsky. I've raced with him many times, and I probably beat him maybe once. So looking forward to shooting it out with Paul Goronsky and Justin and all the rest of the guys at the Slot Nationals. Paul, if you're out there, I hope you're listening. Paul, we're coming for you. I just asked Marco who's building a car for Paul Goronsky, so he's fully capable of building his own cars. He's, I think, a 2 or 3 time world champion in 24 scale racing.
I ran the 3 first heats at the Italian 24 hours without crashing.
So he ran.
3 times 45 minutes.
Marco he went over to Italy with the Electric Dreams Dream Team to run the 24 hours, which is a crazy race. You got to watch this. It's called the WRE. It's 32 lanes because there's 4 8-lane plastic tracks. It's all run concurrently, so there's 32 teams. And Marco just told me that Paul ran the first 3 45-minute stints with no offs. So he's that good. I mean, I've raced with him many, many times. I'm somewhat close to being as fast as he is, but he would just steadily pull away and then I'd crash. And then he'd keep pulling away. And so he is that good. He is, quite honestly, the best 24 scale racer the United States has ever seen. And that is opinion, but I don't think too many people would disagree with that. I think Justin is probably on top right now, and they're both Northern California guys. Paul currently lives in Arizona, but he is from the Petaluma, Northern California area. So I haven't seen him in a long time. Last time I saw him was at an HO race. He could drive those cars too. So back to the racing action. I digress a little bit. Larry again leading this heat, so he's probably going to, unless a gear breaks again, big crash under the bridge. Unless he has something happen like a gear like in the last time, he will most likely win this and move up to the semis.
Go. 10 seconds.
And he will probably be the 11th qualifier, which means he'll be in my semi.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
I made that same comment when I was playing golf. Where am I?
Jim, 12? Put it back in impound.
No, they try to make sure that
Attention. 1 minute, 30 seconds.
back to doing zone corrections. We typically do zone corrections at the end of a race with all 6 cars, but with a round robin, now we have cars finishing one at a time. So Peter Frankel is done. He's got run all 6 lanes.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Just like you're doing today, you're about the experience.
Cheer me on. It's good. Positive, not negative. Go further. Positive.
30 seconds.
Okay, getting ready to start heat 7 of 9. Larry is going to white. Farley is coming in on green. We've got Paul, Carlos, Steve, and Dave.
Hey, Larry, you want to be on white?
Yeah, thank you, Marshall. I was making sure you get attention.
I'm not sure how to pronounce this. Comsby? When will I'll ask Marco. Oh, he went to the other side of the track. When will the Electric Dream Team come to Belgium to participate in the 24? Is that the one that that just happened today at the Paul Ricard race, which is a digital race? So we'll have to ask Marco when I get a chance. I'll ask him. But if you could convert, is that the Paul Ricard 24 with digital cars? If it is, I have friends that I know from the Worldwide Slot Car Chat that were over there racing. Wayne Landry, Yona, Gio, and a couple other guys on their team I don't know. Last time I looked, they were in second. I haven't seen the results of that race. But that's a 24-hour, I believe it's a 6-lane, digital track. There's 10 or 12 cars racing simultaneously. Digital is a whole different ball game. Waterpad, yes, that's the one. Yeah, that's a DISCA race. DISCA is a digital sanctioning body in Europe, I believe, in Europe. Not sure where it's based. One of the interesting things, one of the reasons people like 32nd scale is the cars look real. The 24 scale cars, the bodies are, there's a lot of liberties taken, and these cars have real liveries on them. Typically, a lot of them here are white kits that are painted, but the cars look real. Some of the cars you can't tell from a die cast. And the DISCA rules are interesting in that in the DISCA race, you can do a livery, but it has to be an actual livery that's run. They don't allow fantasy liveries. So they're taking the scale to the nth degree, which is kind of cool, I think. So you can use a livery that comes on a car or do a fantasy livery, but it has to be a real livery. Speaking of real liveries, looking forward to Scale Auto coming out with the Hertz liveried Cadillac, because Hertz was Porsche last year, or the non-factory Porsche, and this year it's the factory Cadillac team. So looking forward to that one coming out. Oh, I see that, yeah, can't remember their team name, but it was Wayne and Gio and Yona from Sweden, so it was an international team all over the world. And it was a chassis designed by Wayne and Yona, from my understanding, and they finished second in a 24-hour race. The car had, I think, 42 lights in it, so the lights have to be in the car, and Gio is a master at building these cars and making the lights look like the real cars, not just one little headlight. We'll get back to the racing here. I hear a lot of crashing and yelling and screaming, so we are down to a couple heats to go.
Lights on 40. Or 48, 48.
I'll put it back in the box.
Okay, we're getting down to it. Got 2 heats to go.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
See, I watched a little bit the 24 hours at the Paul Ricard circuit, which is a huge track. It's modeled after the actual Paul Ricard circuit in France. And they ran it without the chicanes. This time it's a plastic track. Most of the racing in Europe for this type of cars is done on plastic tracks. Anywhere from 4 to 8 lanes. And the big races, they have 4 identical tracks so they can have more people racing on the same layout. Typically 2 of them are mirror images of the other, but they're all the same layout. So we'll see who's coming in. Glenn's coming in on green. And Larry is done with 169.48, which I don't have the results here. Where would that have put him in the the heats? But it will obviously advance him from the last chance into the semis.
3, 2, 1, go.
The big issue is going to be who's going to get second in this race and get the second move up. Paul Hendricks is the leader on the track, but I don't know where the racers that are not on the track, where they are. So it could be Paul moving up. So Paul and Larry and Sean are all golfing buddies, so we'll see if all 3 of them advance. In fact, Larry has taken over some of the lap records on white and green. Mike Stahl's got a couple. Marcus still has their lap record on purple from earlier in the day. So it seems like the track is still slow because we were typically running into 5.6s and 5.7s pretty much on every lane in practice. But the track, tracks change, just like real racetracks. When this race is over, we'll take the top 2 cars, put them in the group with the other 10 semifinalists, and those drivers will have about 15 minutes to work on their cars, get them ready for the race. Everybody else is going home. Everybody's had 3 chances to make the semis. Qualify 1, 2, 3, we're automatic semifinalists. Top 7 in the heats, or the top 2 out of this last chance qualifier. So you get 3 chances. It's terrible when you come a long way for a big race and you have 1 bad heat or something and you're done. So you have literally 3 chances to make the semi, and then from there it's the semis, whoever's the fastest. But 1 bad heat or 1 broken gear will not keep you out of the semis. And we've been doing this type of last chance qualifier since we started the 2-day races here at Motown. I actually stole it from an HO buddy of mine. And that is Mike Block out of Wisconsin. He tried some digital racing for a while. He has a big HO Fray race coming, or no, it was just held. But he uses this last chance qualifier format, and I loved it. So I kind of talked him into adopting that here so everybody gets that second chance. It's like Larry today. Larry had a very fast car in the semis and in the heats and was definitely headed right for the semis, but broke a gear. And so he got his second chance, and he's going to be moving up. 15 seconds to go.
Track code.
Which behind? Usually ours comes
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
I see you're behind me.
10 seconds.
That was Farley's lap.
End of stint. Please change lanes.
Okay, we're going to the last of the last, bottom of the ninth, so to speak.
I don't think that needed a lap. All right, going into the last heat.
Attention. 1 minute 30 seconds.
When we hit result, will that bring up the current?
I don't know. Should we try it?
Hey, Braden, can we hit result and we'll show the current standings? All right, there you go.
Okay, I think you can see that out there. It should. I'm not sure if that box is coming up or not, but it's showing the current standing. So Larry is obviously winning this heat, this last chance qualifier. Paul is pretty substantial. He got 5 laps over Peter, so it looks like Paul, unless he has an issue, will be moving up. So the standings in this race so far are Larry, Paul, Peter, Mark, Carlos. So Mark has a 3-lap lead over Carlos.
Yeah, it's under the bridge. Halfway. Yeah, it's on this side.
Paul.
Good place to start, Jim.
So Mark is 3 laps ahead in the Battle of Electric Dreams. But if he beats Carlos, he's got to drive home. So
I put it by his controller.
here we go. Last heat of the last chance qualifier.
2.
So it looks like it's going to be Larry and Paul moving on. But something happens to Paul's car. And since Paul is not on the track, nothing's going to happen to Paul's car. So he's already finished. So this is all over. I guess the fat lady is sung, so to speak. So we will be taking a short break to set up the semis and give those drivers a chance to work on cars if they'd like to. Then we'll run 2 semis, do the same thing, take a short break. The semi drivers that move up will be able to work on their cars and retech them. And then we'll have the A main. So there'll be a couple breaks after this race and after the 2 semis.
Rider detected.
Plus 1 on yellow.
There you go.
Thanks, Mike. You made $50. I think you won. Cash app, too.
3, 2, 1, hit it.
They want to know, I got Marco here. They want to know in Belgium when you're going to come and race digital with them.
Oh, I was trying to go this year. I'm in talks with Gary, so we might have a similar event here in the United States.
Okay, you heard that first. A similar event to the Disca 24-hour digital race. I don't know if it'll be 24 hours or not, but probably lay out plastic track on top of one of the tracks they have down there now. So that is coming. So if that happens, we're going to expect to see Wayne and Gio and Yona over here for that race. Wayne and Yona built a custom 3D printed chassis that Yona builds on a Scale Electrics Cadillac body. So that's the one where the liveries have to be real liveries, not fake or fantasy liveries. So congratulations to those guys. They finished second in that 24-hour race at Paul Ricard. You can Google that. The race is online. Another track call. We got 38 seconds to go, so it's almost over.
Go.
Still 3 laps. Mark to Carlos. Mark needs to stop now and let Carlos catch up, but I don't see that happening.
10 seconds.
And with 3, 2, 1, that's the end of the last chance qualifier. Okay, we've got the last chance qualifier in the books. It's Larry and Mark. I must have miscounted there. Mark is going to move on.
Here we go again, Mark.
So Mark Natividad pulls it out. He goes, I'm going to drive home as long as I can make the semi. So I am going to sign off. Check the live stream one more time and see what's going on here. So you heard it first. Marco is planning on having a digital race at some point in time. And I'm going to be signing off because I'm going to have to go prepare my car for my semi. I'm in the second one, so I don't have to worry about it. But the semi drivers will have 15 minutes to work on their cars at the same time. So you don't get an advantage if you're in the second semi and get to work on your car longer. So thanks for watching. This is Jim Rose with NorCal Slot Car Scene. And we'll have to figure out who's going to be talking because Mark is in the semi. So we'll see. So come back in about probably 15 or 20 minutes and we'll be starting the semi-mains.
Comb your hair, Larry. What's that? Two ball. Just showed me and yeah. We're gonna have to be our caddy. You can be our caddy. You gonna be my caddy, Daddy? I was wondering.
All right, just adjusting here, sweatshirt, and wow, what a last race that was. Finally, I feel like I got the rhythm. I know it's like, I'm glad. I hope I don't have to be in this next race, but I guess I'm racing again. Yeah, man. So I accidentally made the semifinal, but I need to get Larry over here. And where's Larry's over there shopping or eating candy or something. So Larry Stevens, 169 laps. Larry Stevens, get over here. Yeah, you are. You can stay on that side, but here we got to face. Great job, great racing. I know you had some car issues on that last heat that we did. What was the issue?
I had an axle stopper that loosened up and moved it out, made too much play in the axle, which moved the gear, the spur gear away from the pinion. So I didn't have any drive. So that's what I had to fix. I had to tighten it all up, back up.
In that case, it was all play and no Larry.
It's all play and no Larry. That's right.
Great racing. I'm going to be racing the semis with you. Accidentally, I got in the semis. I don't know how.
You did it. You did it. We're going to do it again.
It was a tri-tip.
That's it. That's it.
But congratulations, Larry. Larry driving a good, fast race. After some car issues, made it back in there, and he'll be racing in the semifinals. So stay tuned. Great racing coming up. Thank you, Larry.
Thank you
we'll
much.
see you in the semis.
Good talking with you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Back to you, Carlos. And this is Mark from Motown in Modesto, California. Back to you, Connie. Is there a Connie?
Wait a minute. You're still on?
I'm still on.
You're still on. Oh, wait a minute. You've been doing interviewing all day long.
Yeah.
And I've been helping out. I really appreciate you guys letting me help.
Oh, yeah.
But now you're the interviewee, and I'm the interviewer. So this is Mark Natividad, the voice of RC Racing, the voice of Electric Dreams, who made the semi.
Yeah, it's pure accident.
You said you didn't want to drive home, but now you have to drive home because you beat Carlos.
I hope I don't have to drive home.
Well, I think he should drive home since you made the semi.
That's fair.
So how was the car? Was the car better?
Actually better. The track is better today. It's a little warmer. I feel my car's running better, or at least that tri-tip sandwich, I need a little fuel to get me in the groove, but I finally figured out the groove of the track. So
well, that helps. This is an easy track on paper, but it's really tricky to go fast here.
It is, but the kinks were messing me up, but now I got the kinks. I worked the kinks out.
So, Mark, congratulations. I don't think, you're not in my semi, so
yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. You too, Jim.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Back to everybody.
We'll see you at the semis. All right. Okay, well, I guess, yeah, thank you, Jim. All right, back to you, Carlos. Now for a commercial or something. Shutting off, Carlos.
Orange. Are we back over here?
Shut off.
Okay, semi-finalists, your cars are right here. They need to be back in 15 minutes, 10 till. They will be rechecked. If you leave them here, we're not going to recheck them. And then we'll start semi-1, which is the even number qualifiers, 1 o'clock straight up. So all cars have to be back in 15 minutes.
Stephen, Marcus.
The lane and positions are there.
I don't know. I didn't even see that there were streets up there.
We have Rachel sorted by the heat numbers.
Ian Douglas. Blue, yellow, orange, purple.
That's Mark. That's Mark.
Oh, that's Mark.
Mark Perkins.
stop that? Fine, right? Work on my car.
Happens to everybody. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You gotta bulletproof your car for a race like this. 10 minutes. Everything you expected and more. Hey, you better than I would ever do out there. 7 cars. 6 cars.
He's in. Oh no,
He's the next one too. We can't do anything with our cars.
This one you can do it.
Yeah,
You can have Mark do the next one.
yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah, yeah, 'cause we can't work on our cars, so.
I don't know which one we're gonna do. Okay, I think you're good.
He's here for parts, but you're out of what he wants. He wants to know if you have enough budget.
So did Al have any good things to say about you?
No.
Well, JB used to be, he ran together as kids.
Got it.
Really? He was one who had a license, and that's why he got racetracks around California.
Dude, I was on the track, world champion, world champion, multi-national champion, Sherry too. She raced 27 laps.
Did she race?
Yeah. No, she was hillbilly.
That's been a long time since she raced.
23 years.
Yes. Yes, I remember this one.
Jackie finally asked you, hey, how old are you? Is this 59? Bullshit. 59?
No, he has to be. 68, he was,
And his daughter's racing over me.
What a guy. What a guy.
The kid who just won the world, she's younger than Ray. Yeah, world. He's got world in New York. 4 miles in Dallas. Jack Marquette.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, what's his name? Jerry's son. Last year at USRA, and that thing was like $100,000 car. It had me a car controller. I know. It's only 16. Then he walked in on Friday night and was back. Yeah.
I should have 12 cars up here.
Missing one. Mark Perkins. Mark Perkins. Mark Perkins. Mark Perkins.
Say another. Say another.
Mark Perkins, Chevrolet. No, I mean, as far as get stuff, no, I can get it. All the way. Two bone both tops.
Out on the streets.
Get anything I want.
I'd say sort of by races.
I'm ready, let's go.
Okay, we are back live at Electric Dreams. Well, actually, we're at Motown, but this is the Electric Dreams Motown California Challenge. So the cars for the semis have just come back into tech, and we're getting ready to start semifinal number 1, which is the even number qualifiers, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12. The second semi will be the odd number qualifiers, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and 11. So this race will be Braden Pollard on white, Mark Natividad, Richard Freeman, Marco, Sean Lee, and Mike Stahl. So the cars are going back through tech right now, so we should be starting momentarily. So the turn marshals are making their way to the track. Comes Marcus. Peter's volunteering over there on the 90 after the main straight. Marcus is going to take the hole. That's the place nobody wants to be. We were expecting Mark Natividad on the microphone for this, but Mark made the semis, so I have to fill in again, which I'm happy to do. I don't know what it's set for.
It's set for 3.
Let's leave it. Leave it at 3. Yeah, I'll pull them in after 2, maybe. You think?
You can change the time right now. If you go to
Braden, it was, I don't know how long you've been talking.
Probably about a minute. Sorry, I was talking for quite a while and made some very astute comments, but I had the microphone turned off.
It was off.
So now we're back on. Sorry about that, guys. We're talking about semis. Hopefully these guys will clean the track off for us, and the second semi, which I'm in along with Ian, will be faster. So at the Slotted Nationals last year, the first semi only had one car go through to the final and 5 out of the second semi. So it can happen. Doesn't happen often, but it can happen because it's the 6 fastest or the 6 best lap totals combined between the 2 heats. So Braden's got his car on white. He said word from the track is that some of the drivers saying the track's a little loose, so we'll see. We do track calls remotely here. Paul Hendricks over there on the lead-on in that vintage car shirt has the remote clicker because I can't see the whole track. I can see about 3/4 of it. And so the track calls are done remotely. If you have a home track, you can get those. It's like a garage door opener. You just plug it into your computer or program it in, and you can call track remotely. It makes things a lot easier. So here we go with semi number 1 of the California Challenge at Motown Raceway. Are we ready? Okay, here we go, guys.
3, 2, 1, go.
That's about the only thing I can do. I can start the race. All the track calls are remote. So we got Marco and Braden in the early lead, but we're only a lap in. Marco's actually taken over the lead. Looks like he's got his car working pretty good now. He's been struggling, and he comes off. That put Mike Stahl out in the lead for about 1 corner until he crashed. So Braden starting on the white lane, which is his choice. It's the slow lane on the track. So I mentioned earlier this morning that if you can maintain position on white, you're in good shape. But if you win your heat, the first heat on white, you're in great shape. So he's just out there turning laps. 6:02. Not super fast yet, so maybe the track is loose. 6:02 is not blazing time on white, but it's better than anybody else, so it's all that counts. Mike Stahl with the fastest car, 5.93 on purple. If you're just joining us, this is the this is the California Challenge featuring MR Slot Car Jaguars. It's a spec race. A lot of the parts are spec for this race, including the motor, the rear wheels, the rear tires, the guide, the pinion gear, the spur gear. So it's pretty much a spec parts class. Not much you can change in terms of changing parts. And that definitely helps for the out-of-towners that have never been on this track, so they don't have to worry about trying to find the right gear ratio or little things that can make the car faster, but it takes testing to do. So we got Braden, Mike Stahl, Richard Freeman, and Marco.
Braden, Mike Stahl, Richard Freeman, Marco, Mark.
So you want to go fast, but you also want to turn laps. So Braden's in a good position right now, leading the heat from the white lane. He'll go to the faster lanes. Running 6 flats and 6.1s, so like I said, those are not super fast times, but it doesn't make any difference as long as you're the fastest car in these track conditions. Richard Freeman now starting to reel Braden in, but he is on the orange lane. Richard has just moved up to the expert class here at Motown. 10 seconds to go.
In the stint, please change lanes.
So after 1 heat, it's Braden, Mike, Richard, Marco, Mark, and Sean. 29.5 laps for Braden. He has a half lap over Mike Stahl, and Richard's about a lap back from Braden. So Braden lapped everybody in that race except for Mike Stahl. Mike Stahl had an off, So they ran pretty much neck and neck for the whole race, the whole heat.
Attention, 1 minute 30 seconds.
You gotta just keep the car straighter.
Thanks, Lance. Good to know the volume's working. I had the mic turned off by mistake for a second. We can mute the mic, so sometimes I have to yell at the whole group so they can hear what's going on, or they say something they need to know, so I flip the mic off for that so I don't scream in you guys' ears online. But I forgot to turn it back on.
Seconds.
So this is a straight up race. This is not a round robin. So 6 cars, 6 heats, 6 lanes. Braden is going to green, so he's going to get probably the 2 slower lanes out of the way and then just see what happens and cruise on to the victory. That's the plan.
Three, 2, 1, go.
And Mike Stahl, second place car, has an off going into the first 90. Braden is out front on the green lane, driving that orange car with a black roof, orange reddish car, custom paint job. That car is, when you get up close to that car, it's really a nice paint job. It's a little hard to see the detail from a distance. 5.96 for Braden. Fast lap on that lane today is 5.84, so I don't know if the track is just slow or not. He may be saving the car. He's out front. If he runs at this pace, he's probably solidly in the A main. So you never know what drivers are thinking, or racecraft is a big deal. I mean, how to control a race, how to drive from behind, how to drive from the lead, how to drive fast enough when all you need is to get into the next round. So that's probably what's happening. So it looks like Marco now is on purple and has moved into second place. So Marco making a bid for the A main. The top 3 are usually right in contention.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So 40 seconds left in heat 2 of 6 in semifinal number 1. Braden down the straightaway around the carousel, coming up on a bunch of traffic. Gets through it fairly easily.
30 seconds.
Richard lets him go. I'm pretty sure Richard's a very courteous driver, always has been. When you're in the slower lane, it's usually to your advantage to at least give the driver coming up on you in the next lane a little room. There's no point in causing or getting into a crash, whether you cause it or the other driver causes it, because you're just losing both of your time. And we're not running straight up, we're running against the other semis. In the A main, that's a little different. You're running directly against everybody on the track.
Please change lanes.
So after 2 heats, we got Braden at 59, Marco at 57. So Braden's got 2 laps on the field. So he's well out in front. third is Mike Stahl, fourth is Richard Freeman, fifth is Sean Lee, and sixth is Mark Natividad.
Attention, 1 minute 30 seconds.
Coming back a little bit. All right, all right.
Hey, Braden says the track yesterday for qualifying was really weird, but he says it's better than that, but it still looks a little slow based on the lap times, but I think Braden's holding back a little bit just because he's got command of this race. But we'll see.
Attention, 1 minute left.
The other guys are going to have to start pushing. It could be another one of those instances, like I mentioned at the Slotted Nationals, where the first semi has one driver in the A main and the second semi has 5. Just depends on how fast you go relative to each other. We're hoping that this group cleans the track up, gets it nice and good for us in the second semi.
30 seconds.
There's one thing you never want to do going into a semi because before the semi you can work on your cars. And you can change things if you want to, as long as it goes back through tech. And you should never change things in a major way, make major changes before the semi. But that's what I did. So when I go out there, we'll see if it works or it doesn't work. It's kind of sink or swim. So here we go with Heat 3. Marco and Braden are in good shape. It's the Mike, Richard, and Richard and Sean and Mark that are kind of in trouble. Second place car comes out on the 90. So you go around this track, you're down the main straight right in front of the drivers. You have 2 90s to the left. Go through a carousel, then through that infield, past the start-finish line, around the donut, and then back on the straightaway. The carousel's banked probably 10, 12 degrees. Everything else on this track is pretty flat. So if your car's working, you can really fly around that carousel. And that's where you make up a lot of lap time on this track if your car's working around there. So Braden now has set the overall track record on the blue lane. So track's coming in, or he's just starting to drive a little bit faster. You don't want to get in a rhythm of just driving fast enough, because then when you try to push it, sometimes it's harder. So if I was where he is, I would start to push it a little bit, but you don't need to push it a lot. You're in great shape. But see how what the car will do. If you may need more speed for the main. Right next to Mike Stahl in orange and blue. They're running right together down the straightaway. Marco right behind him. Marco's car looks a little loose right now. Braden's the only car running in the 5-second bracket. So 5.8 for Braden, that's 0.2 faster than anybody else. So, like I said, he got white and green out of the way. And now I think he's just cruising. .30 seconds left in heat number 3.
Oh, white, please.
30 seconds.
There won't be a break after this. We'll go right into semi number 2. And that will be top qualifier Ian Douglas, myself, Jim Rose, Herman James, Marcus Ferrandini, Mark Perkins, and Larry Stevens. That is the odd number qualifiers, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and 11. After that, there'll be probably a 20-minute break, and then we'll go into the A main. And the A main will be 5 minutes per lane. The only time during the day we run 5-minute heats, so it's a longer heat. So at the halfway mark, Braden, 89.62. Mike Stahl's moved to the second, 84. So he's 5 laps down. 3 is Marco at 84.3. So Mike and Marco are on the same lap. In 4th is Richard Freeman at 84 even. So the top, or the 3 cars in 3rd, 4th, 2nd, 3rd, and I'll get this right. 3rd, 4th, and 5th are running 84 laps. So I was right in the first. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are all on 84 laps. 5th is on 80. 6th is on 78. So it's a battle for 2nd. And again, you need to beat the people in front of you, but you also need to turn laps.
Attention, 1 minute left.
So Braden's in good shape, but it's a fight for 2nd place in this heat, and that will, we'll see where they end up. So Mark Natividad showing his rookiness here at Motown. He put his car in the wrong direction, so we saw that very quickly. So again, the battle is for 2nd, with a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place car all on 84 laps.
3, 2, 1, power.
So Mike is on 84, but he's going to white, so he may not keep that. We'll see who can come out of this heat in 2nd place. So Marco now 2nd, Mike in 3rd, Richard in 4th. All on 86, working on lap 87. And they're all right together. They're all coming down the straightaway and now around the carousel. That's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So Mike Stahl hanging in there. Richard catching him on blue. Mike. Marco's dropping back a little bit. Richard's starting to reel Mike in. So Mark on the Mike on the white lane, which is definitely the slowest of the 6. It's not super slow like a lot of tracks, but it is definitely slower. So Richard slowly reeling him in. Mike with a 6-1, Richard with a faster 6-1. Braden now the first 5-7 of the weekend on purple. So we'll see. Mike Stahl comes by with a 6-0, Richard with a 6-2, so now Mike's starting to pick it up on white. So that's 2nd and 3rd going down the straightaway. And Mike flinches. So now Richard Freeman just moved up to the expert class here. He's moved into 2nd place overall. Running a great race. Not super fast, but very consistent.
Attention, 1 minute left.
I was actually trying to work with Richard a little bit on Friday, giving him some driving tips and getting him to drive the car more aggressively. Maybe it helped. I'll take the credit for it. Yeah, Mike's coming back on him now. So that's a battle for 2nd right down through the carousel around the start-finish line. So Mike now's moved back into 2nd place. Mike, white lane, blue car. Richard, blue lane, white and purple car. And Mike comes off again, so now Richard will go back into the 2nd place. Marco's holding down 4th.
In the stint, please change lanes.
So Braden with the first 5-7 of the weekend. 579 on the purple lane, which is a pretty fast lane. And so we've got Braden 120.4, Richard in second 112. So he's a long way back, but he is in second. But the positions don't mean anything. It's the lap totals after all both of the semis are run. 112.4 for Richard, 112.3 for Mike, 112.0 for Marco. So second, third, and fourth are less than half a lap apart. Marcus had the lap record on purple, and then Braden just broke it, so I hear him yelling, boo. Marcus is also an amateur driver in our classification, so the amateur guys here at Motown are putting up a great show. Donnie, used to be one of our amateur racers. He finished second overall a couple weeks ago in the hypercar race with driving my backup car. And he's here on the property, but he's been in Southern California racing wing cars all weekend.
"30 seconds.
So 2 heats to go. Running order again: Braden, Richard, Mike, Marco, Sean Lee, and Mark Natividad. So the shootouts for second, they're all on the same lap. Second, third, and fourth.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
But Marco's
go.
going to white, so Marco's kind of at a disadvantage right now. See how he does. Car looks a little loose. He's got a 3-lap lead over Sean, so he's in good shape in terms of position, but not so much in terms of lap totals. Big crash over there in the donut.
3, 2, 1, go. Track code.
Sorry, I didn't mean you. Oh dear. You did next for Frankie too.
Okay, Mike Stahl now has moved back into second. Richard had a rider on purple.
No, I don't think anything beats the Frankie rider. Oh my god. Furman's a pretty good
Hey,
race.
hey, hey, hey.
You guys don't have a wall.
The friendly banter going around the track right now is who yells track or rider the loudest. So, Frankie, if you're watching, I think you have the consensus winning in that, the loudest rider call, track calls or rider calls. Ryder, if you're out there watching, hope to see you back. We have a new racer, fairly new racer, less than a year probably, named Ryder. He is, I'm not going to say a young kid, but he's definitely a younger young man, and hope to see him back racing.
130 down, 130 to go.
Braden still dominating the race, 593 on yellow. Mike is still in second. Richard still third. They're still on the same lap. All three still on the same lap. They're all working on lap 129. So Marco hanging in there on white. If Marco can stay on the same lap and get done with white, he'll be in good shape. But here comes Mike Stahl to put a lap on him. And Mike tries to make the pass and misses. And that's the reason why you want to give somebody some room. Marco didn't have a chance. That was the first time Mike even got close to him. So I think that one was all on Mike. But you kind of want to give somebody some room. It's to both of your benefits. But you also have to be respectful of the car you're coming up on. You can't just drive it in deep the first time you get there. So it's kind of give and take. 10 seconds to go.
10 seconds.
Mike Stahl still holding down second. Richard third.
In the stint.
Mike and Richard are on the same lap. So Braden's way out front. Mike is second, 141.02. The computer guesses how many, the fraction of the lap. At the end of the race, we'll get it absolutely perfect. But right now, the computer is saying that 141.02, 140.47, so half a lap from second to third. Third to fourth is 139.82, 140, so about 2/3 of a lap.
Attention, 1 minute.
So Marco's now a lap down to second, but he's getting off of White. And this is the last heat. So Richard's going to finish on yellow, Marco on green, and Mike Stahl on blue. So Mike's kind of in the driver's seat in terms of lanes, speed of the lanes. So we'll see how it pans out. Braden with a 9-lap lead. And this is where this comes in. So Braden's a 9-lap lead. So it's conceivable that 4 or 5 of the cars in the next heat could beat the second place car in this one. And then we'd set up that 1 car from one semi and 5 cars from the other semi, because it's all based on lap totals when you put the 2 semis together. David says, "Go, go, Marco." So David, Marco, you got a friend out there rooting for you. David, McGlowan or Kent McLaughlin.
What's up, David?
Mark Natividad said, "What's up, David?" So Marco and Mark are finishing next to each other.
Not going to take it personal.
Mark is in 6th, though he's quite frankly kind of out of it in terms of the victory.
Go.
And Braden comes out. So we'll keep an eye on Mike Stahl still in second, Richard in third. They're on the same lap, but almost a full lap apart. And that's Richard coming out, so that's going to put him a lap down.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
So Mike Stahl has relatively clear sailing to finish second in this race, but it's still the lap total. So 1 minute down. Braden's going to take the win unless something really strange happens. Like he breaks a guide, or that's kind of what it would have to be. He's hitting that kink pretty hard. That's first and second. There are many laps apart, but first and second, orange car, blue car. Braden's comfortably out front. Mike just needs to turn laps and see how the chips fall in terms of overall. Marco's moved into third. He is over a lap down from Mike. So my guess is probably we'll have at least 4 cars from the second heat go to the A. The advantage to being in the second heat is we know what the other guys did. So it's kind of like the bottom of the 9th. We know what we have to do. And these guys don't. They have to push it as hard as they can and turn the laps. Braden with a 5.8. Herman's still holding the lap record on orange at 5.83. Larry Stevens still holding the lap records on white and green, and he's in the next semi. And that's going to be the race. First semi is going to go to Braden. Second's going to be Mike Stahl. Third's going to be Marco.
Okay, turn on all the fans.
Good. I saw it when I hit your car. I saw that white stuff on
Okay, let's turn on all the fans now.
Sometimes it gets on there and then it makes.
Okay, remember, speak loud. White.
I don't
White.
know. I put it in and I was like, oh fuck, I don't know if it helped at all.
Speak loud.
Okay, good.
Speak loud. White.
All right, 79.
79. Green.
73.
73. Orange.
87.
87.
87.
Blue.
54.
54.
54. Yellow.
17.
17. And purple.
41. 41.
41.
Yeah.
Open the doors, turn open the doors. Marshall's 6 feet away from the track.
Okay. Go get him, Jim. Yes, all right. We are back. I'm in back. This is Mark Natividad live here at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. We just finished the first semi, and man, there was some tough heat out there. I actually made the semi, but I wanted to stay out of these guys' way for sure. So Braden Pollard, come on over here. Braden, good job, bro. Again. Mr. Domination on the track there. How did it feel out there today?
It felt good on most of the lanes. Yellow felt like Q3 yesterday when I was out there on orange, but I mean, I pulled what 9-lap lead, and I kept pushing on purple. I set the first 5-7 of the weekend. I bet Ian will break it, but we'll see what'll happen. But overall, it was a good race. I'm ready. I think I have a good chance for finals, and hopefully I can choose lane first. And yeah.
All right, I'm pulling for you, Braden. Good job.
Thank you.
And looking forward to some exciting racing next. All right. Guys, stay tuned because the next races are coming up, the next semi, and then we have the main. After that, the best of the best, the big shootout here at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. All right, Mark Natividad, back to you, Carlos.
You don't have to say that because I'm here. See? All right, guys. Let me give this mic to Jim Rose.
Hello.
I know. Just hold her.
Is it on? I'm here with Marco Carvello from Electric Dreams.
Well, that was a good
How was your
pronunciation.
semi?
That was a good pronunciation. Carvalho.
Carvalho?
Carvalho.
Well, I'm half Portuguese.
It's like Cornolio. Remember Beavis and Butthead?
No, I don't remember that.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, good.
So how was the race?
It was fine. I was very confident on purple. When I moved to yellow, the car was all around and I lost my confidence. And then I started to get mad with myself, and then I did what I could. I think I overtake Richard on the last heat.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, so that was put me in third, but I don't believe I'm gonna make it.
So you think it's marginal for third?
Yeah, I think from here, you, Ian, and Herman, they're all your automatic in, and then we have to dispute with Mark Perkins, with Marcus and Larry. Larry, I think he did 169, which is more than I did on the bump heat. Marcus is 172, which is also more than I did. So it's tough. I think I'm not gonna move, but let's see.
Well, I mentioned when you guys were racing that one thing you should never do before the start of a semi is make major changes to a car.
Yeah, I did the whole.
I did too.
Yeah, I did the
So
whole
it's
car.
sink or swim for me.
Yeah, no, my car is a little bit better. I found out that I have like a bent axle, and one of the tires was ungluing, so the car was a little bit better. But again, those guys, I think they're faster than us. And well, don't forget that I'm marshalling, so everything can happen, right?
How much do I have to pay you for marshaling? I don't care if you marshal my car fast. I just want you to marshal the other car slow.
Yeah, I'm focusing on the other 3 cars that I'm disputing, so that's fine.
Okay, well, thank you for sponsoring this race and bringing your crew up here. And so it's been a pleasure. I've known you for a few years now, and it's been great.
Yeah, let's see.
Thanks for coming up.
There is still a 5-hour drive back, so let's see.
Yeah, but Mark said he's driving.
No, Carlos is driving now. He's excited to get the truck.
So if you're driving, you make it back in probably 2 hours.
For third.
I've got to go race, so I'm going to sign off.
All right, thank you very much, Jim Rose. He's going to race right now. I'm going to pass the mic to Mark Natividad.
All right, I am back, and we are at the next semi right here. So we've got Jim Rose, Larry Stevens, Marcus, Ferrandini. Okay, I wanted to learn to pronounce that. Ian Douglas, Herman James, and Mark Perkins. All right, some good races here. The next fastest of the fast guys, we've got Ian up on the track. We got Herman up there. Marcus is there. Jim Rose, Mr. Jim Rose, a.k.a. another. Yep, okay. Yep, I think we've got one microphone off now. Okay, hopefully I'm coming in clear.
Whatever happened gave me too much money.
All right, had to get my phone here so I can actually see who is chatting, who's on the chat boards there. All right, exciting. I get to announce this semi and then hopefully the finals. I'll get to announce that too. So what a privilege. And thank you again for our gracious host, the Pollard family, for having electric dream teams up here at Motown Raceway in Modesto. It's been an awesome weekend. I've had so much fun racing with the guys, and these are like family to me. These are like my brothers, and it's so nice, and I feel so welcome here, and it's just so nice to be welcomed in a group of slot car nerds like myself. And it's so much fun. What a fun weekend. It just went by so fast. I feel like it was just Friday. So nevertheless, let's see. Let's reboot my... Okay, here we go.
Oh, you have to close out.
All right, we are hitting the warm-up round here. All right. All right, we got Jim Rose, Larry Stevens, Marcus Ferrandini, Ian Douglas, Herman James, and Mark Perkins. And this is the warm-up round here. Jason Comedina is here. Lance is still on. Thanks, Lance, for the report. All right. Rachel Pollard sitting back there on her. She's watching the stream live. Hi, Rachel. Gray area is still on. Microphone sounds good. So hopefully you won't have to turn up the volume too much on this round.
Attention, 1 minute left.
All right, warming up here, less than 50 seconds on the warm-up. Getting the cars dialed in, checking the tires, last-minute adjustments. And this is for all the marbles here. So the fastest 6 will go into the finals. Thanks for checking in, and thanks for being here live on the YouTube channel. This is Mark Natividad, typically at Electric Dreams, but I get to hang out here today at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. So come on down to Modesto, check it out. If you're into slot cars, this is the place. All right, Jim Rose in white, Larry Stevens in green, Marcus in orange, Ian in blue, Herman in yellow, and Mark in purple. All right, we're getting the cars lined up on the grid. And let's get ready to watch some really good racing here. One more waiting for purple. Here comes purple. That's Mark Perkins.
It shouldn't back off. I'm 80 and I still can do stuff. I don't care.
Drivers ready?
Like I said, I'm going to go to load up.
Here we go.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, the race has begun. All right, Ian Douglas in blue lane pulls out ahead of everybody right away. Ian's putting some smackdown on him right away. He wants to get out there, get that lap lead, get that distance on him. So that helps if there are any boo-boos or any other cars run into your cars. But Ian and Braden, of course, have always been the best racers I've ever seen. Jim Rose, great racers. Herman James, also another great racer. Always in the top of the heats. Always in the top of their group. This is really good competitive slot car racing. So you are watching it live here on the YouTube channel. Thanks for hanging in there with us. Thanks for being here with us. I appreciate each and every one of you. Hey, don't forget to like and subscribe. And check out all of our great YouTube content, especially after the race. Interviews, famous people, slot car people, and not slot car people. Got a lot of great people who comes by the shop in El Segundo. And hey, check out El Segundo Electric Dreams if you're in the area. If you're coming to LAX, you want to cruise by, it's very close. It's within 15 minutes of LAX. So you want to fly in, you got some time between flights, come on down, check us out in El Segundo. All right. Ian Douglas is taking the lead, followed by Herman in yellow, Marcus in orange, Mark Perkins 4th in purple, 5th Larry, and finally 6th Jim Rose in white lane. All right, Mark just came out on purple. Good racing. These guys are very, very skilled at the slot cars. So they are very focused, very competitive. So it really makes for great racing, especially when you're getting to the best 6 racers. It's exciting.
1 minute left.
If any of you are interested in getting into slot cars, considering the other type of hobby car things, RC cars mainly, this is still the cheapest motor car sport or hobby that you can get into. So you can really get a good car for, 70 to 90 bucks, and you don't even need a controller. You just borrow a controller or rent one and rent track time and put your car in, and off you go and enjoy the thrill of slot car racing. All right, so Ian Douglas with 26, Herman James with 25, Marcus 3rd with 24, 4th Larry with 25 just now. Switching places now. Larry moves into 3rd place with 25, Marcus right behind him with 25. 5th place, Mark Perkins with 25, and 6th, Jim Rose with 25. All right, white lane just came out. That was Jim. Definitely have to notice that Jim's shirt matches his car. All right, here's the official standings here. We have Ian with 30.21, First, second, Herman James, 29.31. Third, Marcus Ferrandini with, Third, Larry Stevens, 28.16. Fourth, Marcus Ferrandini with 27.87. Fifth, Mark Perkins, 27.11. And Jim Rose, sixth with 26.88.
Attention, 1 minute 30 seconds.
It feels a lot like the
Attention, 1 minute left.
All right, cleaning the tires here, checking the car, making sure the wheels are good, make sure there's no dirt on the tires, changing the lane sticker, and that's typical between races. So I know most of you here are already slot car racers, so they are rolling their tires on lint rollers. Yes, lint rollers that you find in the laundry section or the laundry aisle. And those are sticky, and they really do a good job of taking off all the dirt on the tires. I have a preferred brand, which is Target brand. They're cheap and they're good. All right, here we go. 5 seconds. All right, Ian moves to purple.
3, 2, 1, power.
All right, off we go. All right, purple lane very fast for Ian. Also watch how the control of the cars go and how well the drivers are able to keep the car from sliding out and staying in line with the lane. And that's how you drive slot cars. Punch it on the straights, easy on the turns, and wait for your opponents to make mistakes. So Ian's in the lead with 37. Herman James second in orange with 36. Third, Larry Stevens in blue with 35. Fourth, Marcus Ferrandini fourth with 35. Fifth, Mark Perkins in yellow with 35. And sixth, Jim Rose with 35 in green lane. All right, great racing, very clean racing. Oh, someone just came out. That was White. That was Marcus. All right, Ian Douglas now with 45, now with 46. So Herman is exactly one lap behind Ian. So Ian with 47, he's going to be the first to 50. So Ian 48 first, Herman James second, 47. Larry Stevens third, 45. Fourth, Marcus Ferrandini, 44. Fifth, Jim Rose moves out of fifth place, 44 laps. And Mark Perkins falls back to the sixth spot with 45 laps in yellow.
1 minute left.
Great view from up here. I can see the whole track. Oh, just came out. That was Jim in green with the green Jaguar and the matching shirt. Right, Ian Douglas 55 laps. Herman James 54 laps. Larry Stevens 53 laps now. Jim Rose 51. Marcus Ferrandini 51. Mark Perkins 51. Ooh, big out on there. That was blue lane. That was Larry.
Three, two, one, go.
Jose, good evening. Welcome to the chat.
10 seconds.
He's in Portugal. Wow, that's awesome. John Bolt is still here. Thanks for hanging out, Jason Comedina. All right, that was the end of that. All right, here are the official standings. Ian Douglas with 60.66. Second, Herman James, 59.43. Larry Stevens, third, 56.92. Fourth, Jim Rose, 54.91. Marcus Ferrandini, fifth, 54.32. And sixth, Mark Perkins with 54.31. So Mark Perkins and Marcus Ferrandini they're right on each other's doors.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
What are friends for, you know? Yeah, they were. They were all incorrect, but they were there.
Attention, 1 minute left.
All right, cleaning the tires, getting the cars ready. This is race number 3 of the second heat of the semifinals. The top 6 will move to the finals. Who's going to be in the finals? Well, if I were to call it, let's see if I can do a little prediction here. Braden's been running fast all day.
30 seconds.
Ian, definitely running fast. Mike Stahl's been running fast too. Marco, also. Larry Stevens. So it's just a matter of who's going to come out of those bottom spots there. But I know those guys are hopefully be in the finals. Hopefully. Yep. All right, here we go.
2, 1, power.
All right, Herman is in white, Marcus in green, Mark in orange, Jim in blue, Ian in yellow, and Larry Stevens in purple. Ian Douglas now with 62 laps, soon to be 63, right there. Second, Herman James with 62. He's right behind Ian. Third, 59, so there's 60 now, so there's 3 laps now between second and third. Fourth place is only 1 lap, maybe almost 2 laps between third and fourth. Fifth and fourth is a lap in between them, and looks like fifth and sixth are right on each other's door. So watch the race between green and orange. Green and orange are very close to each other. Here they come. There we go. There, I see green and blue coming by. And blue comes out. That was Jim Rose. Right, so Marcus now moves back to 6th. And Mark gets his place back there in orange. So Marcus pulls ahead of Marcus. So Ian Douglas with 72 laps. Herman James 71. Larry Stevens 68. Jim Rose moves to 4th place with 67. 5th, Mark Perkins 66. And Marcus Ferrandini with 66. So we got 67 and 68 respectively for 4th, 5th, and 6th. So it's 68, 68, and then 69. 654. Jim Rose with 70. Mark Perkins is 1 lap behind him. 1 lap behind him is Marcus Ferrandini. He's got to get his place back. Hopefully somebody will fall out for his sake. But Ian Douglas soon to have 80 laps here. Come up to 79 there, right there for Ian. Second, Herman with 77. Third, Larry, 75. Fourth, Jim, 73. Fifth, Mark Perkins, 72. And 6th, Marcus with 72. Right, Ian Douglas with 85 laps now. 83 for Herman. Third, Larry, 80. Fourth, Jim, 79. Fifth, Mark, 77. And 6th, Marcus, 77. See, I see blue and orange getting through that kink there with that orange one coming loose, almost knocking out the next car. That's tricky there. Those guys fly through that kink. Yep. Definitely can't do that with open wheel. Or both of you are going out. All right.
Please change lanes.
All right, Ian's car coasted over the ticker there for the lap counter. He got it. He's at 91 laps. Exactly. All right, here's the standings here. This is race 4 of 6. All right, we have Ian with 91. Second, Herman with 88.62. Third, Larry Stevens with 85.51. Fourth, Jim Rose, 83.80. Fifth, Mark Perkins, 81.63. And sixth, Marcus Ferrandini, 80.73. So let's see, almost, well, a little bit more than 2 laps, 3 laps between first and second. So Ian's trying to get ahead a little bit more, You want to have that cushion, especially when you come into the slower lanes or the longer lanes around the track. So we're not running red lane, we're not running black lane, so basically the longest lane or the longest lane around is white. All right, thank you for joining us here at the California Challenge live on YouTube channel. This is Electric Dreams and Mark Natividad, your host with the most, calling the shots live trackside. I'm above trackside, which is pretty awesome. Still trackside, but I'm sitting up. Very nice perspective from my standpoint.
30 seconds.
And thank you again to Motown Raceway here in Modesto for having the first half of this race, and the second half will be at Electric Dreams in El Segundo. All right, 5 seconds to go. Race 4. We have, including this one, we have 2 more races or 2 races after this. And off we go. Let's see, Ian's at 90 already. He'll be the first to 100 laps, starting with 92 right there for Ian. Herman James with 90. Larry Stevens with 87. Jim Rose with 85. Mark Perkins with 83. Marcus Ferrandini with 83. All right, let's see how close the racers are to each other. So Ian's got 98. Herman's got 96. So 2 laps between first and second. Second and third, 97 is second. 94 is third. So you got 3 laps between them. Almost 4 laps between second and third. There we go. So, yeah, about 4 laps now between second and third. So third and fourth. Third has got 96. Fourth's 95. So 1 lap between third and fourth. And fourth and fifth, we've got 96 for fourth, 92 for fifth. 4 laps between them. Yep, and fifth and sixth, 1 lap between. So very close. There's 94 for fifth. And there's 94 for sixth. So 1 lap distance between fifth and sixth. Ian with 107 laps now. He's putting the laps down. All right, who's got the fastest time on the tracks here? So far, Ian Douglas, 5:8.59. All right, Ian Douglas with 110 laps now. Herman with 108. Larry 104. Jim 104. Marcus 100. Mark Perkins 99, soon to be 100. There's 100 for Mark Perkins. 6th place in white. All right, good clean racing. About 30 seconds left. Okay, so we got 2 more races after this, and then we're going to move into the finals. It's going to be exciting. So stay tuned. If you want to take a break, or right after this, there'll probably be a short intermission. And I don't know what the final times on the stints will be for the finals. Probably 4 or 5 minutes. So definitely longer stints, and a lot of focus out there. But that's typical finals for you. But stay tuned. The best race is coming up.
Please change lanes.
All right, that was Heat 4. Heat 5 is next. Here's our official counts. Ian Douglas, 121.16. Second, Herman James, 118.46. Third, Larry Stevens, 114 even. Fourth, Jim Rose, 113.44. Fifth, Marcus Ferrandini, 108.55. And sixth, Mark Perkins, 107.32.
Attention, 1 minute 30 seconds.
How many minutes in the finals? How many
It's
minutes?
for Larry that you left there. That's your fault.
Mark, how many minutes on the stints for the finals? How many minutes on the stints for the finals? 5 minutes, thank you. All right, just asking Mark what the times are going to be on the stints for the finals. It's a 5 minute heat, or a 5 minute race, I should say, or stint. All right, Ian moves to white, Mark to green, Larry to orange, Herman to blue, Jim to yellow, and Marcus to purple. So Larry Stevens put down a 5.8, 5.9. But the fastest time so far on purple was Braden Pollard today with a 5.799.
Here we go. 3, 2,
All right, here we go.
1.
Race number 5. One more race after this, and then we will decide who is going to be in the finals. Who's it going to be? You guys, well, those of you who hang out and know, you know who's going to be in the finals. All right, Ian with 123, first place. Second, Herman, 121, third. Larry, 116, fourth. Jim, 116, fifth. Marcus, 111, gets his 5th place back. Comes out of that 6th place position, but that puts Mark Perkins back in 6th with 111, 112 now. Right, great racing, good control of the slot cars, very focused, concentrating. Uh-oh, I said that too soon. Larry came out in orange. Haven't seen too many outs. Ryan with the good luck, Dad. All right. All right, Ian is taking the lead here. He's in the lead. Once he took the lead, he is in the lead. But there's only 2 laps between them now. 136 for Ian, 134 for Herman. So a little bit more than 2 laps between them. 137 for Ian, 135 for Herman. That's how close they are to each other. So let's see how close second and third. 135, 136 for second, 131 for third. All right. Larry Stevens falls back to 4th place position. Mark Perkins still in 6th. Marcus still holding the 5th place position.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Less than a minute to go. All right, 145 laps for Ian.
30 seconds.
143 for Herman, 138 for Jim, 138 for Larry. So let's see how close they are. Look at the race between orange and yellow. So Larry Stevens and Jim Rose shooting it out. Yellow and orange. See how close they are. Who gets to 141 first? Jim Rose 141. Larry Stevens 141 now. Larry Stevens right behind Jim Rose. So watch this race in yellow and orange. Here comes Larry charging. Ah, who came off? Someone just came off before the instant. That was Mark Perkins in green. Wow. Okay. Larry wants his third place position back big time. All right, so officials here is Ian in first, 150.84. Second, Herman James, 148.40. Jim Rose, 142.91. Third, fourth, Larry Stevens, 142.77. So they are so close to each other, Larry and Jim. Fifth, Marcus Ferrandini, 136. And sixth, Mark Perkins, 133.99. All right, one more race here before we get to the finals. It's going to be a grinder, but stay tuned. That's 30 minutes of racing there in a 5-minute races.
Attention, 1 minute left.
All right, cleaning the tires.
30 seconds.
This will be the last race of the semis, and we'll move to the finals after this. All right, it's interesting to see who makes the cut and who doesn't make the cut. All right, Marco's yelling out, let's see some crashes. Okay. All right, we're back up and running here. All right, well, Ian's definitely going to take this one. So we'll see how close he gets to Braden, if he gets a few more laps. Oh, there's a crash. There you go, Marco. You got a crash. That was white. That was Larry Stevens. So I think Larry Stevens might get in there. We'll see. All right, Ian Douglas with 156. Herman with 154. Jim 149. Larry 148. Marcus 142. And Mark Perkins 141. Ryan's cheering for you, Larry. So let's go, Dad. Yeah, Ryan. He's standing right by me, so had to give him a shout out there. Thanks, Ryan. I'm sure he appreciates it. And thank you for your comments on our live stream. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. All right, Ian 165. Herman 163. Jim Rose 158. Larry Stevens 157. Marcus 150. Mark Perkins 149. A little bit more than a minute to go. Minute and 15 right there. You're welcome, Ryan. Anytime.
1 minute left.
All right, less than a minute left. We're going to wrap up this race. And stay tuned because we're going to see who is going to be in the finals. Exciting. The envelope, please. Well, if you do the math, you guys can figure it out. Coming up on 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
All right, Ian's going to make 180 here for sure. Dang, 180 laps. That's a lot of laps. That's 30 more laps than I can do. Wow. Pretty awesome.
10 seconds.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and done. Very nice. Ian Douglas, first place. Ian Douglas, very nice. All right, go ahead, come on in for zone correction.
White. Talk loud, please. One voice. White. 7. Green. 26. Yellow. Orange. 53. Blue. 5. Oh, 1, 4, 14. Wait. 1, 4, okay. And yellow. 65. And purple. 93. No crap. All right, your top 6 are Ian Douglas, Braden, Herman, Jim Rose.
All right, we are on the floor now. This was the end of the semifinals. So we have our top 6 that are going to be in the semifinals. It's Ian Douglas, Braden Pollard, Herman James. Let's see, who else? Larry Stevens, Mike Stahl, and Jim Rose. Those are going to be our. I had to go look at the screen. Those are going to be our 6 finalists. So now we're going to have some really great racing. So let's go over and get Ian. Let's see where Ian's at so we can talk to him if he gets his headset out. So let me go give Ian a tap. Ian Douglas, never to disappoint, my man. Thank you.
Clearly haven't talked to my girlfriend.
Thank you for dinner last night. No, I haven't. I'm not going to. Ian, how was it out there? Great racing today.
Thank you. No, it was great. The track was a little weird, but you know, it was weird for everybody. So it worked out. And I just tried to be smooth, and as Braden says, smooth is fast and fast is smooth.
That's right. I noticed that you also are running the white Jaguar instead of the other one. So what was the influence to the change?
Well, I have, as I've mentioned, I'm running Frankie's car. Thank you again, Frankie. And his body was a little cracked, and so I didn't want to damage it any further. So I put on my spare body just so that I can, you know, I don't want to hurt his custom paint job.
Is your body on his chassis?
I'm not gonna comment on that.
Ian, well, good luck, and
Thank you.
See some great racing, or clean racing, and looking forward to see who's going to be the champion of the 2025 California Challenge here at Motown.
Yes, me too.
All right, thank you. All right,
Thank you.
Stay tuned for some great racing. Don't go away. Take a little break. Go get your snacks and stuff. Go pet your dog and take him for a walk, whatever you got to do. But come back here for the main race, the finals here at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. All right, let's go.
place where you want to go.
For every minute that you're there, you can't.
I'll start. You can't go straight across because there's a body of water there. So you have to go around the peninsula, around the inside.
I know. You just started yellow. Yellow? Yellow.
Sometimes it gets a little frustrating.
You were on yellow, but I'm on orange.
You realize it's going to take you an hour and a half. You can see the place and you go, well,
Jim, white, orange, and yellow are taken.
Yeah, when I was sitting there practicing, I was like, all right, you're on green 3. Hit it all the
so
way.
is this the first time you've been there?
Red and white, or you look at the red and it's gonna kick on black and purple. Look at the green and red.
So are you planning what room you're going to change to? Or what room? You haven't done that yet? Oh, we will move it out.
Blue or white?
Well, we're getting to stage, obviously, we actually rented a roof each day.
A-main cars, you can come up and get your cars.
Nothing in those two
About
rooms
15
belongs to
minutes.
the wife and I.
About,
Everything is
yeah,
done.
which could be anywhere from 2 to 30.
The regular room, we won't put anything in there.
Ah,
So we're all planning now.
This is how we're good.
We can do
I'm
this
done.
and
Okay.
pick it up to you. Hey? Yeah. Yeah. You know. And we make it even worse. We talk about what we're going to do to their rooms and they're still thinking, oh yeah, when you're out, we're going to do this.
Depends how many beers he drinks.
After the race, I woke up last night and was yeah, I know. We should do that. We don't have a green light.
Between all the
It's great.
So how many dogs have you got?
Any way you want, as long as it's purple. Okay,
She has
that
two.
works.
And she
That's where I
obviously
started
take
the
them
last
all
2 times, so I'm good with that.
See, my household is, there's 5 people in our house, including my daughter and Mika, and we have 5 dogs. Everybody has a dog.
You have to go back in the home in
Well,
the morning.
I'll rephrase that. The wife and I have 1 dog. Each of my daughters live in one house. No. This week, so I have 3 at my house. When my 2 daughters leave, in theory, they take their 2 dogs with them. But they're already telling me that they don't want to leave their dogs in their house where they go every day. So when they come through from Tracy from Antigua on the way to work for Liberty, 100 years of experience. You're a baby.
He has no reason, no excuses.
I'm going to kindergarten.
I just say that big old box. Like 60. I almost did. I was a trick like other.
This is probably not a very good conversation.
Why not? That's what old people do. They talk about old things.
Or my arthritis in my hip, or my bad knee, or.
Yeah, you call them and they'll like, oh,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm not alone in this world.
lazy now. My older family. You would give it back. When you start. It's like that one of those sandwich.
I bet you guys will be glad this weekend's over.
Got one of those? Better give all the meat away.
Yeah. I've been having to get here at 8:30. It was brutal even for me, so it's gonna be pretty bad for you guys.
It's a combination of cardiovascular work and then weight training. Weight training and cardiovascular, so we do it together. And I've always been eating when I was a kid. And, my friends with the big old pot guys like, oh, I don't think you can be, oh, wait till you get 50, wait till you get 60. I'm like, well, I'm still waiting. But everything else is easy. This weekend is,
Drive down to LA.
yeah, it was cheap weekend. I do. So I did realize that I eat whatever I want. Pizza, ice cream, burgers, fries, muffins, ice cream. I don't overdo it, but I allow myself to have that. Not be, oh my gosh, I had that, oh no, but so yeah, as I get older, I've been doing that for so long, for so many years. My metabolism is too. I wake up hungry, and I try to eat, not go to bed right away. And I eat the lunch, 3 hours, I give it time to digest. And yeah, I eat 5 meals a day. Breakfast, snack, lunch, snack, dinner. Every 3 hours. I eat every 3 hours. Some
Blue, Herman, and Mike Stone.
Once we get all the turn marshals, then we're ready.
All right, we need turn marshals. Drivers up to the station.
Absolutely. Good. Oh, yes.
There's something in this slide.
Cheering for him.
In this slot, yeah, we have like a screwdriver. Bench. Probably the peeling bench.
All right, come on, we need drivers.
That's why I just decided.
We need turn marshals too.
Can I get you guys a turn marshal? Richard, Glenn.
David, Peter.
You guys a turn marshal.
I know, that's what we do. Yeah, I know it came in from the center. I had
Turn
the
marshal.
same problem with that. Sorry.
Sean's a turn marshal.
Turn marshals. I want to get
Paul's a turn marshal.
Want to get a group shot of the finals. Everybody smile and so you get everybody in there.
Okay, we're getting ready to head up the finals here. Thank you for staying with us. So for those of you who don't know, we have Ian Douglas, Braden Pollard, Herman James, Jim Rose, Larry Stevens, and Mike Stahl in the finals. So Ian chose white lane, Braden's in orange, Herman is in yellow, Jim is in green, Larry is in blue, and Mike Stahl is in purple. All right, we're going to let them do a lap.
Every single time. I would pay you.
Remember, this is a 5-minute.
I'm not in the finals.
Are you rested? Just let me know.
So Braden, are we doing a warm up?
Yeah,
Okay.
I just gotta.
Oh, 5 minutes. Yeah. Oops. Okay.
Set for 5?
And then we're just going to hit warm up, right?
Yeah, warm up. Yep.
Shall I? Okay, warming up.
Warming up.
All right, again, these will be 5-minute races. And this is the finals of the California Slot Car Challenge here at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. Here we go. Great racing ahead. Stay tuned. Don't miss it. The best of the best, the 6 fastest guys on this track are all racing together. All right, I see that Dennis Murray was on. I don't know if you're still here. Ed Shore, Eddie. Fast Eddie's on. What's up, Eddie? Todd Ullery, let's go. All right, what's happening? Hello. All right, Todd Ullery giving the shout out. Let's go dark side.
Dark side.
Dark side.
30 seconds.
All right, 10 seconds. right, now we're lining the cars up. Ian Douglas first to put his car on the track. All right, lining up. Everybody looks like they're getting lined up here. And we'll be ready to start this race shortly. The finals here at the 2025 California Slot Car Challenge, or the California Challenge. I added slot car. All right, thank you for hanging out with us. This is Mark Natividad live here at Motown Raceway in Modesto.
To do the lap, you can just turn the warm-up back on.
Okay.
And then when everybody gets back to the line, then stop the warm-up.
Okay. All right, we're going to do one lap and then sort of like one more lap around, just to do like a parade lap. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
This is not the start. I told you to stay off the controllers.
Check cool.
Parade lap, turn off that boost. Turn off the boost. I don't know. Okay, here we go.
3, 2, 1, power.
It helps to say what we're doing versus just like.
Oh, it's still warm up?
Yeah. We're doing one lap for each car, apparently. Let's start with white and go in.
We're gonna do it.
I just heard that. The first time I thought he was joking. I thought he was joking first, right?
So you're gonna introduce and then we'll take off.
Yep. Okay, let's start with white. Okay, gentlemen, we're starting with white. Okay, white, go ahead and take a lap around. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Ian Douglas on white. Oh, nice. All right. All right, next, Jim Rose in green. Here we go.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
It's like a lagging here we're doing. And that's Jim Rose in green. Try to see how close we can get here. It's shuffleboard with cars. All right, next in orange, Braden. Here we go.
3, 2, 1.
This is kind of fun, actually. This is funny. You're supposed to go all the way around, Braden. He cleans his tires. That's funny. Okay, very nice. Okay, next in blue, Larry Stevens. Go ahead, Larry.
3, 2, 1, go.
A little different. Oh, overshot it. All right, that's okay. All right, Herman James in yellow. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, power. Attention, 1 minute left.
Slow rolling. California cruising.
Check cool.
Oh, there we go. Okay. And Mike Stahl finally in purple. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, hit it.
Can you do it?
Whoa! All right. All right, gentlemen, here we go. Let's go racing. Good luck.
3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, off we go. We are starting the finals here at Motown Raceway. Look at this race. Exciting, exciting. Ian already jumps out there. Who's behind him? Larry Stevens in blue is right behind him. Here comes yellow. That's Herman. Herman's taking the charge past Larry. Larry's holding him up. Braden's right behind Herman. All right. Larry, Herman, and Braden. Braden is moved up. Braden has passed Herman. And Braden's trying to get past Larry. Braden gets past Larry right there. There we go. Oh, blue comes out. That was Larry. Oh, someone just came out. Who is that? Oh, that was Mike. Mike in purple. All right, Ian Douglas with 9. All right, Jim Rose comes out on green lane. All right, 11 for Ian. 11 for Braden. 11 for Herman. 11 for Larry. 11 for Mike. And 11 for Jim Rose. But Ian Douglas is on 13. Right by him, Herman James with 13. Track call. Where did that crash? What happened? Oh, in front of the driver's panel.
3, 2, 1, power.
All right, back up and running here. Here we go. Ian just stepped out there. He's like Ian is on his tear here. Keep ahead and stay ahead. All right, 17 laps now for Ian, 17 for Herman, 17 for Braden, 17 for Larry, 16 for Mike, and 16 for Jim Rose. All right, Ian Douglas is our leader in white lane. Getting that white done. It's a long way around. He's holding a good race there. All right, Ian's at 21. Let's see where second place is now. 22 now. 22 now for Herman. Let's see. 23 for Ian. And 23 for Herman. So Ian's got about a little bit more than a lap on Herman. And driving a great race. Calm and collective, keeping the car in line with the slot. That's great slot car racing right there. Great job, Ian, as always. Does not meet the shortness of expectations at all. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here at the finals for the California Challenge, live at Motown Raceway in Modesto, California. This is Mark Natividad calling the shots live trackside. Your host with the most. And so fun to be here. What a great weekend I had. Thank you for the Motown staff, all the Pollard family for having us up here and being a part of this the slot car brethren and sisterin. All right, 35 for Ian. 35 for Herman. Fourth, Braden, 34. 35 now. Fourth, Larry Stevens, 34. 35 now. Fifth, Mike Stahl, 33. Sixth, Jim Rose with 32. 33 now for Jim Rose. A little more than a minute left. About a minute and 15 right there. Ian Douglas with a 5.788 on the track.
Attention.
It's a new track record for White Lane. When Ian's in race mode, he is a beast. He's in race mode. All right, Ian Douglas will be the first to 45. Oh, a big out right there. Oh, that was Mike and yellow, and Mike and Herman. Mike and Herman getting a little bit of a tangle there.
30 seconds.
Less than 30 seconds. That's if Ian Douglas can get 50 laps here, 47. Oh, blue comes out again. That was Larry Stevens.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. 49 laps for Ian. He's going to do 50. There it is, 50 laps for Ian. Keep in mind, it is a 5-minute stint.
End of stint.
All right, end of stint. All right, very nice. Wow, Ian Douglas first place, 51.1. Second place, Herman James, 49.35. Third place, Braden Pollard, 49. Fourth place, Larry Stevens, 48.31. Mike Stahl, fifth, 46.11. And sixth, Jim Rose, 45.07. Right, Braden's going to white, Ian to green, Herman to orange, Jim to blue, Mike to yellow, and Larry to purple. Frankie Valles is in the house. He said he might stop by. What a surprise. Great to go see him. I'm going to have to give that man a hug. I don't have time now. Between the next heat, I will. I clean the tires here. All right, Ian takes a pretty good lead there, 51 laps. Herman James with 49 laps.
30 seconds.
A little bit less than 2 laps in between them. Taco, audio's still cutting out a bit.
Isn't cutting out?
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah.
Where's the connection? Let me see something here.
All right, we're going to check the connection here. Audio's cutting out a little bit, or in and out. Sorry about that. Checking the connections. Okay, here we go. Second race.
Glad to see you. Glad you could make it.
Good to see you, man.
I was bummed that you waited all weekend, but I understand you're on vacation.
Well, we had orders, man. Saw a great coffee last night.
Oh,
It was
awesome.
awesome, man.
That was great.
Very good.
All right, Frankie Valles is in the booth here. Yep, say hello, everybody. Frankie, while you're here.
Hello, everybody.
That's Frankie
Thanks
Valles.
for tuning in and watching this great race here at Motown. Very challenging track, as some of the Southern boys found out.
Yep, and I heard it. We're hearing about Frankie's cars now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. You're right. Put your order in. All right, back to the race. Thank you, Frankie. Great to see Frankie. All right, that made my weekend right there. All right, Ian is in first place with 58. Second place is Herman, 57. Third, Braden, 56. Fourth, Larry, 55. Fifth, Mike Stahl, 54, and Jim Rose, 53 laps. Frankie came by the booth to say hi, so yeah, another one of my brothers. Hey, John D is on. Welcome to the chat. Todd Ulrich still hanging out. Oh, big crash. That was blue and purple. It's a banger. All right, Ian Douglas on 69 laps. All right, again, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button, and stay tuned for all the great content we have coming up after the race, post-race, and comments and commentaries and interviews. So stay tuned. All right, this is the best place for all the great slot car information for all of you slot car junkies out there. All right, Ian Douglas soon to be 75. Right there for 75 for Ian, 73 for Herman. Braden, 71. Fourth, Larry, 69. Fifth, Mike, 68. Sixth, 63, Jim Rose. All right. Orange just came out. That was Herman. All right, 80 laps for Ian Douglas. 78 for Herman. So 79 for Herman, 81 for Ian. So 2 laps difference. All right, second and third, we have about a 2-lap difference as well. Third and fourth, we have about a 3-lap difference now. Track call.
Three, two, one, power.
All right, 87 laps, 88 laps now for Ian. He's in green lane. Herman second, 86 in orange. Third, Braden, third in white with 84. Fourth, Larry in purple with 81. Fifth, Mike Stahl in yellow with 81. And finally, Jim Rose in blue with 76 laps. All right, it's race number 2.
Attention, 1 minute left.
See what the lap times are going down to. Ian Douglas with a 5:7.24 in green. That's the fastest time on the track for the day right there in green. 5:7.24. You got a 5:7.88 in white. How does that man do that? Clearly I'm not racing enough slot cars. Yeah. Hey, life's too short. I got other stuff to do. I got a girlfriend now. And honey, if you're listening, I love you. Andrea Potter. Right, Ian Douglas soon to have 100 laps. There we go, 100 laps for Ian. Almost 10 seconds left.
In the stint, please change lanes.
All right, that was the end of that race. So that was race number 2. Coming into race number 3. And here is our leader, Ian Douglas. 102.64. Second, Herman James, 99.85. Third, Braden Pollard, 96.29. Fourth, Mike Stahl, 92.40. Fifth, Larry Stevens, 92.36. And sixth, Jim Rose, 82.99.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
All right, race number 3 about to start. All right, almost halfway through this. The end of this will be the halfway point. And it only gets better, I promise you. The end of this, sometimes it gets crazy, gets close. Positions change. Sometimes even there are upsets. So that's slot car racing for you. Exciting. And hopefully this will be on ESPN one day. And ESPN, if you're listening, hey, come on, let's talk. Or hey, if you're interested in sponsoring or getting your ads up here, hey, contact us. Contact Carlos Veloso at Electric Dreams or Marco Cravallo at Electric Dreams, and let's do business. Let's get your name out there, and let's make this thing big. All right, here we go. Herman's in white, Braden is in green, Mike is in orange, Ian in blue, Larry in yellow, and Jim in purple.
3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go. All right, yellow just came out. That was Larry. Yeah, no position changes so far. Ian with 106. Herman at 104, so still 2 laps difference in between them. right, now there's about 3 laps difference between first and second. Second and third, 3 laps difference. 4 laps. Less than 4 laps. Third and fourth, there's 4 laps difference. Fourth and fifth are 1 lap within each other. And 6, Jim Rose. I don't know if he's having an issue with his car, but 89 laps, so he's about 11 laps back off of fifth. All right, Herman came out. All right, Ian putting down a fast lap in blue with 5.767. All right, great racing here. The best of the best here in Northern California. Good racing. These boys know this track for sure. Uh-oh, Larry's having an issue with his car. Yellow's coming out. All right, Larry Stevens loses a wheel.
Driving to the wheels came off.
Yep, he drove the wheels off that thing.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, Larry Stevens officially wheel came off. Yep, you got to tighten those grub screws, and sometimes they just come loose. All right, Ian with 127, Herman 123, Braden 120, Mike 116, Larry 111, Jim 102. All right, Larry's back on the track. Hopefully that's going to close the gap a little bit for Jim Rose. A little bit. Jim Rose 104, Larry Stevens 113, 114, so only 10 laps now instead of 13 or 11, whatever that was. I think that was 11. I do apologize for the audio cutting in and out. We're looking to see if there's a connection issue or an internet issue. I'm not sure, but I do apologize for the internet and the audio cutting out. All right, Ian's soon to have 140 laps. There it is, 140 for Ian, 135 for Herman, 131 for Braden, 127 for Mike, 122 for Larry, 113 for Jim Rose. A little bit more than a minute to go. Race number 3.
Attention, 1 minute left.
All right, Ian with 146. He's going to hit his 150, that's for sure. Second, Herman, 142. Third, Braden, 137. Fourth, Mike Stahl, 133. Fifth, Larry Stevens, 128. Sixth, Jim Rose, 119.
30 seconds.
Less than 30 seconds. Ian Douglas putting down fast times in every lane he's been in. 5.721, the fastest time so far on the track today. It's going to be another Ian domination. Oh, there goes, that was Mike Stahl coming out.
In the stint, please change lanes.
Right, let's check the results.
All right, here we go. Here are the official results here. Ian Douglas first, 154.15. Herman James second, 148.40. Third, Braden Pollard, 143.73. Fourth, Mike Stahl, 139.24. Fifth, Larry Stevens, 134, and Jim Rose, 125.
Awesome. Let's check the drivers. Let's check the drivers.
Brady's having trouble getting the grip. You see that?
1 minute,
Slide
30
down.
seconds.
All right, race 4 coming up. We're halfway through this. We have 3 more races. We got 4, 5, and 6. I know when you see 4 of 6, it is actually number 4, and then you have 4, 5, and 6. So a lot of people say, oh, there's 2 to go. Well, there's actually 3 to go, including 4. It's a little confusing for those of you who don't know. Hey, jump in a race for those of you who haven't raced. It's fun. I mean, the experience of racing, yeah, I mean, I know that there's a lot of pressure when you get up into the semifinals. For me, mostly I don't want to knock anybody off or keep somebody from doing what they can do with or without me on the track. So I try to be courteous and I let the fast guys by, and that's just for me a gentleman's courtesy that I like to allow. And I've always done that, especially if the fast guys are coming by. So I don't want to be responsible for somebody losing or doing not as good as they could have done because of me. But I still had fun. It was fun racing with the best of the best. I did make the top 12 today, so I'm happy with that.
Three, two, one, go.
All right, here we go. Yeah, Eddie Shore, I don't know what happened to Jim. His car is just not running as fast. So, I mean, either he's cruising and just taking it easy and not beating the car up. He did say he was selling it on eBay. So I don't know, but I'll have to ask him when he gets close to me in White Lane, see what's going on. Maybe it's the grip. I just heard Mark Pollard talking about the grip for Braden's car. Just not there. Ooh, Braden comes out big smash. That was Braden in blue and purple. That was Ian. Braden came out and Ian hit him. All right, 162 for Ian. Second, Herman, 157. Third, Braden, 152. Fourth, Mike Stahl, 148. Fifth, Larry Stevens, 144. And sixth, Jim Rose, 133.
People seem to do audio is fine. Maybe it's the internet connection.
All right, soon to be 170 laps for Ian. He's coming up 169 right there. Herman James, 163. Braden, 158. Mike Stahl, 154. Larry, 150. Jim Rose, 136. Jim Rose has his car off the track. He's cleaning his tires. Yeah, I think he's definitely going to be out of this one. Yeah, these cars do take a beating, and the motors do get really hot. Sometimes motors give out too. That's unfortunate. 176 for Ian now. So now we got 6 laps between him and Herman. 6 laps, 177 for Ian, 171 for Herman. All right, so let's see where second and third is. 172 for Herman, he's second. 167 for Braden now. That's quite a bit of distance there. But Braden's still holding his third place position. Ian running a really good race, very smooth, very consistent in purple. Right, about 1:55, less than that left to go. Going to be more than halfway through, or halfway through for sure, when we finish this race. All right, Ian Douglas going to have 190 here in a minute, or less than a minute. He's at 187. It's going to be 188. There it is, 188 for Ian. 182 for Herman. 176 for Braden. 172 for Mike. 169 for Larry. 151 for Jim Rose. I was just calling the laps as they click over. So 192 to 186, or 193 to 186. That's the lap lead Ian has.
Attention, 1 minute left.
Forty seconds. Yeah, Eddie asked me if Jim's car broke earlier, and not that I know of, not that I'm aware of. All right, as soon as he gets over here near me, I'm going to ask him, Eddie, see what's going on with the car. He stopped again.
End of stint.
Oh,
Please change
stopped right
lanes.
before the end of the race. Okay. All right, here is our current standings here. Ian Douglas, 205. Herman James, 197.85. Braden Pollard, 190.50. Mike Stahl, 185.64. Larry Stevens, 182.22. And Jim Rose, 162.78.
Attention, 1 minute 30 seconds.
It's my rhythm. Let's put a new new cardinal one.
All right, cleaning the tires. We are more than halfway through here.
Attention, 1 minute left.
And we've got 3 races left, including this one. But they're pretty spread apart. Nothing's really, really close. They're very, very spread apart. It's, okay, it's maybe not as exciting because it's not so close, but things could change. Cars could crash. Cars can break. Cars can just stop. Motors can burn out. So anything goes here.
30 seconds.
It's just more consistent. You could drive that car probably faster than me.
Right, my tires aren't even getting dirty anymore.
It is a good car.
That's how little traction they're getting.
One of the best cars I've ever had. So.
Yeah, your car looks really good.
I'll just say it's a controller.
Are you running the professor motor?
All right, less than 10 seconds.
No.
Three, two,
Okay, here we go.
power.
Right. Well, Larry hooked his car up wrong. Okay. All right. The thrill of the chase, the heat of the moment. Yeah, it happens. I put my darn car on backwards. So not used to this track. All right, let's see where Ian's at. 209 right now. 210 coming up for Ian. There it is. 203 for Herman. 196 for Braden. 192 for Mike. 188 for Larry. 170 for Jim Rose. Very smooth racing. Ian running a great race there. Larry comes out in white. All right, Ian with 220 here coming up. 220 for Ian. Boy, this is so spread apart. I've seen more exciting races. Not that this isn't as exciting. It's still exciting, but there's some of those heated moments where the intensity, you can feel it. And they're so close, or there's a less than a lap difference, or two cars are battling out for first place, or two cars are battling out for second place. I like to see really close racing. I do see the cars fishtailing a lot, though. I see Mike Stahl in green. His car is very fishy there. Maybe it would have been best to change to a new set of tires. I don't know. I don't know what the strategy is here. All the cars seem to be doing the fishtail thing a little bit more than the previous races. Who comes out there? That was blue. That was Herman. I heard a whoops and a bang. Not too hard, though. All right, Ian with 238. Coming up on 240 for Ian. About a minute and 40 left right here. All right, Marty Ford is on. What's up, Marty? Hey, great coverage of the digital race, man. That was really cool. Looked like it was some beautiful weather, a little bit windy in there. Hopefully that didn't change the track conditions, but I saw that you guys were running on scale auto and Carrera track, man. That was cool. Like to see more of that. Keep it going. Hopefully we'll have a digital race soon at Electric Dreams. That would be awesome to have you. Marty Ford with 2 Lines. If you haven't checked out Marty Ford, go over to 2 Lines, give him a like and a subscribe. It really helps. And he's got some great content. Marty's a great guy. I don't care what anybody says. We love you, Marty. All right, back to the race here. We got Ian Douglas coming up on 250. 248 right there for Ian. 239 for Herman. Braden 231. 4th, Mike Stahl, 225. 5th, Larry Stevens, 220. Jim Rose, 182.
Seconds.
John D., I don't know if they're neck and neck, but they're just racing next to each other. So, yeah, Ian's got 250, and Herman's got 247. So, sorry, Ian's got 256 to 247. So here's the official here. Ian Douglas, 256.18. Herman James, 247.33. Braden, 238.04. Mike Stahl, 232.15. 5th, Larry Stevens, 227.23. And 6th, Jim Rose, 182.99.
Attention, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Larry, that's where you live, right? Larry. Come on, man. I know your name, Larry. You should walk by and hold it in your face. It didn't move. Well, because of my age,
Yeah, Marty, those Carrera cars are fun, man. I've been in the digital racing for a little bit more than a year now. And, you know, I invite guys over and you have to kick them out of your house because they don't want to leave. The racing is so fun. It's different racing. It's actually pretty cool. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, we're going dual microphone so we don't have any dropouts here. We'll see if that works. I don't know. See if I can set this microphone up where we'll get good
30 seconds.
good pickup. There we go.
Jim and I are going to bump chairs at the restaurant when we go over there.
All right, I got to go back through and watch it because I was here all weekend, so I'm going to go back through and watch the whole thing. All right, here we go. All right, 6 of 6. Whoa, big out. Larry does a flipper, and he got hit by Ian in orange. Flipped him over. Hopefully that didn't damage Ian's car. I don't think so.
You want a fast food or do you want to stop at a Chinese restaurant to eat something?
Fast.
Possible?
All right, so Ian with 261. Herman 253. Braden 244.
Sold.
All right. Little boo-boo over there. All right, 265 for Ian. Ian clearly has this win here. So let's see how many laps he'll finish with. Still got over 3 minutes and 50 here. All right, Ian with 271 now. Herman 262. Braden 254. Mike 247. Larry 5th 242. Jim Rose 6th the 188. All right, I don't think Jim Rose is on the track anymore. No, he is not on the track anymore. So clearly he's having an issue with his car. All right, I just saw Jim Rose give Paul his car. Jim Rose is done. There we go. Let the fast guys have at it, right? Yeah. All right, 2:35 left in this race. And this will be it. There will be a champion. It clearly will be Ian Douglas. So there's almost 10 laps difference between Ian and Herman. Now, yeah, there's about 10 laps between them. It's all cakewalk right now. Just keep your pace, drive your car. All right, Mitch is still here. What's up, Mitch? John Cook is here. Dennis Murray's still on. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. This is going to do it for the race for today. It's been such a great experience being here with the guys and, just being somewhere different and meeting other great people here at the venue. Just awesome. I totally feel like family here, and this is the great thing that we all have to share in the hobby. And let's all play together and let's all be nice together and have fun with the hobby. And I hope this helps promote the hobby and what we do at Electric Dreams, what they're doing here at Motown, and the collaboration. We had Dwight here from Fast Tracks Hobbies up in Rockland here yesterday. We're talking about stuff, throwing ideas around. I like to see kids league. I like to see a lot of, new kids and families enjoying slot cars. Let's do a kids league national. That's would be totally cool. All right, that's 50 seconds left. There's a rider here. Rider here. We'll fix it. One lap on blue. I'm not getting any mouse here. What's going on? My mouse isn't mousing.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Hit the right mouse button.
There we go. +1 for blue.
Blue, right? Yeah.
All right. 35 seconds left in this race, and clearly Ian Douglas first. Herman James second. Braden Pollard third. Mike Stahl fourth. Larry Stevens fifth. And Jim Rose with a DNF here. But he was done. Looks like he's packing it up. 15.
10 seconds.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and done. Yeah. All right, awesome. Awesome. That was great. Ian Douglas, clearly. All right, let's head down to the floor here. Give me a second. All right, grab the mic and head on down to the floor here. All right. Place, which is going to be Braden Pollard. And let's go interview and talk to these guys and get things all set. All right, let's get Braden in here. Braden, come on over here. Braden, excuse me, Marcus.
Just the one I wanted.
Oh, just the one you wanted. Braden Pollard, great racing.
Yeah.
Clearly the grip wasn't there on the track in this last race, the last two maybe. What was going on? What were you experiencing out there on the track today?
I was doing basically a drift race. That's all I was doing. No traction anywhere. Corner, slide. Straight, slide. We're just spinning tires all the way down doing burnouts, but third place. I just did a clean race, didn't come off much, and I did what I could. Got third place out of it, so. Oh, well.
Absolutely. Great racing. Great to see you, Braden, on the track, and congratulations.
Oh, yeah.
There's your California Challenge, and then also your brand new Jaguar.
Ooh.
All right, very nice.
Oh,
Great.
yeah.
Let's smile, show that to the camera. Braden Pollard here at Motown Raceway in Modesto. All right, thank you, Braden. Great racing. All right, next, Herman James. Herminator. Come on, come here, you. Oh, Herman, great race. Beautiful car as always. How'd it go out there those last two races?
It started out, the car was nowhere, but the car and the track kind of worked into themselves. Figured out a couple things. Hypo, Rayleigh, Bubba, Jaden. It just got better and better and better, and it got its best at the end. So I appreciate it.
Clearly, but Ian was putting the heat on you. He just came out and just stayed out. So, yeah, about 10 laps difference, but you stayed in there. Not too many boo-boos. I saw you come out maybe a couple times. But you ran a good race.
Thank you much. I appreciate it. It was fun. I appreciate it.
All right, I'd like to present you with your trophy. Here's your third place for the California second place California Challenge, and your brand new Jaguar.
Oh, another
All right, congratulations.
Thank
All right,
you
Herman.
again.
All
Thank
right,
you
man.
again.
Great racing.
Thank
All right, you're so welcome. All right. All right, and so remember, this race continues at Electric Dream, so this isn't the end of it. This is just the first segment. All right, and let's bring in the champ over here. Let's bring in Mr. Ian Douglas. Mr. Ian Douglas, you do not disappoint, man. So you pretty much, you came out and you stayed out. That was, you stayed in front and you started in the front and you stayed there.
That's the game plan. the game plan never changes. It's the same game plan every time. Just get out in front and then just hold it. Yeah.
Yeah. Very consistent, very good racing.
Thank you.
What were you experiencing on the track in these later races?
I mean, the track was getting a little weird where like the rubber was building up on the tires and you'd see it, like the car would bounce. But for whatever reason, you know, I put some tape on the bottom of the chassis, this for the main, and cleaned the tires and put like a little bit of oil like 15 minutes before, and it was the best it had been. So I got lucky, I think.
Good. Fast lap times and pretty much
Yeah, I beat my qualifying time.
every lane except for Herman beat you in orange.
What? All right. Well, we're going to talk about that on the drive home.
Yeah. Somebody sitting in the back seat, or someone's riding in the trunk.
He'd
All
prefer
right.
the back.
First place. Congratulations. Here's your trophy.
Okay,
Trophy
cool.
first. There we go. Let's show everybody that nice trophy. So remember, this is just the first half, and then your brand new Jaguar.
Awesome. Thank
there
you
you
so
go.
much.
Ian Douglas, it's always a pleasure and a privilege and an honor to see you race and the consistency of racing. And it's so good to have you guys in this hobby, as we talked about, and just to have the camaraderie we always had. And it's so wonderful to be here with you guys for a change. And I know you'll be up for us and for the Slot at Nationals.
I wouldn't miss
and,
it.
And the other MR Slot Car Challenge.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Don't put me on the spot. California Challenge.
California Challenge. I always want to count the California Slot Car Challenge, but it's a California Challenge. All right, that's going to wrap it up here. Mark Natividad, thank you for everybody, the Pollard family, mainly for having us here. Had some great tri-tip
Thank you,
today.
Mark.
Yep. Met a lot of people here. Mark Pollard, come on over here. Yeah, Mark Pollard, the
Just
owner.
getting over my sickness.
Yeah, he's just playing it safe. So come on over here
That's
just a little
right,
bit more.
that's right.
Just playing it safe.
Yeah.
And thank you for hosting the event. And it was great to be here. And just a different place for me, different track, and a whole new experience. And it really adds my passion to the slot car racing at all levels.
Well, you know, of course, we can't thank Electric Dreams enough for making us part of your schedule. You know, it was an idea that Marco and I came up with. We're happy with it. We're happy to come down. We'll see you for the Nationals. We'll see you for the California Challenge race down there.
Yes.
Freudian slip.
Yeah.
And no, we're anxious to come down and be in all your races this year.
That's great. This is great for the hobby. This is great for everybody. So as you can see, it works. We just have to cooperate and just all be good people, right?
We want all racers to participate everywhere.
Absolutely.
You know, and more people that show up, the bigger the hobby will grow.
Yep, absolutely. We got to grow the hobby. Let's
All
get
right.
those kids too.
All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you, Mark.
Got to have kids. Got to have kids. Thank you.
All right. So on behalf of Electric Dreams, I'm out. Have to head back home. So we'll see you guys next time. Stay tuned for the next races and all the podcasts and all the information coming up post-race. All right. It's been a wonderful experience. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marco. Thank you, Carlos, and everybody here. Thank you, the Pollard family, and just it's such a great weekend. And it's sad to see it that it's over. All right. Take care, guys. I'm out.
Where's your trophy?
Oh,